Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Midnight Movies. I am your co-host, Cody.
And I'm the other co-host, Nikki.
And today, we're finishing off Serial Killer Slasher Month
Woo!
with our review of Zodiac.
Yes, an actual serial killer.
Actual serial killer.
Probably end on a I wouldn't say high note, but a note.
a note.
Yeah.
Not an actual slasher. It kind of doesn't fit with the rest of the movies that we talked about. But I just wanted to talk about Zodiac.
Yeah. You said this is the excuse.
When we're coming up for this month and we're thinking about like all the movies, and initially we're supposed to do this on a month that had 5 weeks in it before we switch over to Saturday uploads.
Yes.
Initially we're gonna have American Psycho in here, so it's gonna be like The Strangers, In a Violent Nature, The Burning, American Psycho, and then Zodiac. And then we're like, oh, we should remove one because there's only 4 Saturdays.
Yeah.
And I was like, which one should we remove? And I was just like, I really want to talk about Zodiac.
You really wanted to talk about this. So you're like,
let's just get rid of American Psycho. We can save that for another time.
You said there's more slashers in the future. It's fine. So
but anyway, we can get started. I guess, Nikki, I guess before we talk about the actual Zodiac case, how familiar are you with this movie? You have mentioned before you've never seen it, but have you heard about this movie?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I didn't really hear a lot of it, just that there's a Zodiac movie. And then honestly, I didn't really know a lot about the actual case until maybe a couple weeks ago. One of the true crime podcasts I listen to every now and then, I saw that they had done a couple episodes on it. So I was like, okay, I'll check it out. So I know the smallest bit of the Zodiac, and as I was telling Cody when I first got here, first, however, the first little bit of this movie, I'm like, okay. And then the whole middle, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm not a huge crime movie person.
Okay, yeah. I think that kind of showed when we did Memento.
Yes. I still liked it.
Yeah, that's true.
Still liked it. It was still good. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of crime movies. So the whole detective and the
whole
behind the
noir
scene
thing and stuff.
I'm like, but then those last 20 minutes, baby, I locked in and I said, oh shit.
Focus.
I said, this is good. So
fair.
Those last 20 minutes, I'm like, oh shit, this is a good movie.
We'll talk about it. One of my favorite scenes of this entire movie happens within the latter half of this movie. So
I'm wondering if it's my favorite scene from this movie.
Maybe.
I don't know.
It could be.
But yeah, what about you? What was your...
So for me, like you had said, for the longest time, I knew that there was a Zodiac movie, and it was always on my list to get to, and I just never did until about 5 years ago. I was just over at my ex-girlfriend's place, and we were kind of in the notion of just every once in a while we'd take one of the movies from my list and we'd just watch it, and all of a sudden, just one day, I was just in the mood, let's put on Zodiac.
Yeah, you said...
Why not? It seems like a pretty good Friday night movie, huh?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
But yeah, we put it on, and I guess I'll preview my thoughts to the end. I loved it.
Hell yeah.
When I initially saw it. So much so that like you, I was hardly knowledgeable about the Zodiac case. I think before watching this movie, the most that I knew about Zodiac was he was a killer from the late 60s, early 70s. He wore that weird executioner thing. He wrote letters to the newspaper. I didn't know what those letters said, and I don't really even think I knew about the ciphers. And I knew he was never caught.
Yes, the most I knew were letters, ciphers, mask, and it's still unsolved. No one knows.
But then after this, like the characters in this movie, I became obsessed with the Zodiac case. I started looking into it. I figured out who the victims were, who the potential victims were, all the players who were investigating, all the suspects and stuff like that. And for this review, like I normally do, I finally sat down and I read Zodiac. by Robert Graysmith, one of the characters in this movie and the real life person who was like working at the Chronicle at the time that all of this was happening. I've always wanted to read the book, never read it. Finally, like, this is the time where it's like I have the excuse now to read it.
Yes.
So, but yeah, that's kind of my.
Can't believe you read all of it. That's crazy.
I know, right? And there's a second book. Like, some people won't know, this movie is credited just like based on the book by Robert Graysmith. Most people assume it's just this book, but Robert Graysmith wrote another book called Zodiac Unmasked that came out in like 2001 or 2002. And it went into more details about who Robert Graysmith really thought Zodiac was. I didn't have enough time this week to read both books, so I just decided to read the base book that this is based off of. So,
wow, you didn't read both books? No, I was kidding.
God damn. I'm sorry. This book is 300 pages, and the other one's like 600. So it's just like I had to pick one of them.
Yes. No, I'm glad you picked this one, because this one, like we were talking about earlier, this is the one that they show in the movie.
At the end of the movie, they will show this specific book. I didn't buy this because it's a prop from the movie. This was just at a local Barnes & Noble like this, and I saw it, and I was just like, that's the one from the movie. And so I picked it up and I bought it. So
it's giving off, the cover of that is giving off a 12 Angry Men vibes.
It's
with
giving.
It's giving. Because of the red and the yellow.
And the zigzaggy, like
12 Angry Men.
12 Angry Men slaps.
It's so good. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we can get off with our initial thoughts. So, Nikki, what are your initial thoughts of Zodiac?
I would not watch this again.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But like I said, I'm just not into crime movies. This was tough for me to focus on. I will say that. Because I was like, man, there's, like I said, there's so many things going on.
It's a lot of moving parts.
Yes, there's so many names that they throw out there, because there's like the victims and then all of the possible suspects, and then they're going from like one suspect to the other suspect, and then and then all the detectives and stuff, and there's like different counties that this happened in.
Oh, yeah.
So then we're not just in like one police station and like, you know, just like one set of detectives. It's multiple. And it's just like, oh my God.
I mean, that's what makes
so
the
much.
real life Zodiac case so like unsolvable, is because, yeah, all of these murders happen in different like police districts. And one of the frustrating things at the time was just the limit of technology. Like, it was hard to coordinate with all these other different stations.
Yeah, well, at one point, they showed that where I think they were like trying to like fax something, and they're like, well, we don't have a fax like machine, and they're like, okay, well, like, can you do this? Well, we don't have that. Well, do you guys have this? No, we don't have that either. And then
and literally they'll call up and they'll just be like, no, you got to talk to these other guys because it technically happened in their county.
Exactly. So. Yeah. So it's so much, and little old me was just trying to watch this on a day off, and I said, fuck. But you love this.
Oh, yeah, I love this instantly. I think it's just my autistic nature of just like, this movie is very much a puzzle that will not have a solution to
I was going to say, that's very much Graysmith right there. He was like, I need to solve this.
To me, why I love this movie so much is I can kind of put myself in that shoes and see this case as unsolvable and try to connect the dots myself. Like you mentioned, a lot of the middle of this movie you didn't really find interesting. To me, I was very engaged to it because I'm just like, okay, here's a piece of information here, and like trying to figure out how it all connects.
It was a lot.
And what I love about this movie is, we'll talk about it, but like, this movie doesn't have a clear-cut conclusion to it. It can't, because in real life, Zodiac was never caught. Like, there's no closure to it in real life. But the movie manages to give you a type of closure for the characters in the movie that feels satisfying to the story.
No, because like I said, the last like 20 minutes, I was like locked in. I was like, oh shit, I'm actually liking this now. As we're coming to a close, I was like, okay, how are they going to finish this though? Because it's not like they could be like, and we caught him, and
I
it
mean,
was him.
if this was a Ryan Murphy TV show,
They
he
would
would
have done that, yeah.
100% have done that.
And then they would have had the Zodiac go up into heaven with all of
They would have had an
the beautiful
unnecessary scene of
angels
Zodiac
and-
just masturbating while writing the letters.
Dude, it's so freaking weird. Don't watch those.
Don't watch those Dahmer,
Yeah.
Keen, Mendez brothers.
You know what you
whatever.
should do though? You should go watch episode 1 of Midnight Movies.
You should.
Check it
Where we
out.
talk about that fucking god awful Ed Gein show.
Yes, weirdly, probably one of our shortest episodes we've done so far.
And it's a TV show, and it's like 8 episodes.
Yeah, and I felt like we really talked a lot about it. Maybe we did less tangents.
I think so, and I think when we talked about the show, we didn't go episode to episode, plot by plot.
No, we just kind of
we kind of just brought up all of our complaints.
Yeah, we did. We really just complained the whole time. We complained for like an hour. So if you want to go watch,
we were
us
just
do
like,
that.
man, fuck this.
We really were. And I guess just listen, not watch, because that was before videos.
Yeah, that was before I bought this camera, so.
Yeah. But hey, we're here. We're on episode, what the hell, 35?
I think it's 35, yeah.
We're on episode 35 now. So join us while we
dissect the Zodiac, but not the
Yes.
real Zodiac, because we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know who he is. He could technically still be alive.
You think?
It's not likely, but like,
if in the grand scheme of things,
if
he
you were
could
to
be.
assume, let's just say Zodiac would have been like the same age as Robert Graysmith was at the time,
Mm-hmm.
he would be roughly in his mid 80s.
Okay,
So-
there's a shot that maybe,
Yeah.
but probably not.
Probably not. I mean, like at a certain point, Zodiac just stopped writing letters.
Mm-hmm.
No, like other murders or missing persons have been connected to Zodiac. So it's like he could have just given up. We'll talk about it. I have some theories.
Okay, cool.
But it's also possible he could have just died at some point. Car accident, random shooting.
Because it's crazy that there's
violence.
not even like a deathbed confession
No.
or like someone like close to him maybe coming out and like.
To me, the wildest thing about learning about this case is just there's nothing.
Mhm.
There's nothing connecting anyone to Zodiac. Fingerprints, handwriting, ballistics, nothing. And
It's
that's
wild.
fucking wild because we'll talk about it, but like people think Zodiac was this evil genius that just outsmarted the cops. I think he was just a fucking idiot that just got lucky.
No, I honestly agree because I think some points in here too, they talk about how, or maybe that was the podcast I was listening to this morning. But they were talking about how like it was like, he might have been like cunning, but also he might have just been stupid.
Yeah, I will give him credit that I feel like doing the murders over different county lines could have been intentional.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, if you look at his other crime scenes, like so many instances he could have been caught. In fact, he was almost caught. It was just a fuck up on the police's end as to how he even got away.
It was just racism
It was
on the
just
police.
systemic racism in the police in the 70s? Nah, get out of here.
Seriously.
That's not a thing.
No.
Certainly not now.
Oh, no, never. So yeah, I think he was just lucky. And everyone else was
100%.
awfully unlucky.
Uh-huh.
Because
But
this was in California, right?
Yeah. San Francisco
Area.
Vallejo, and a few other towns. I can't remember the name of it.
I know
now.
Vallejo and San Francisco.
Vallejo and San Francisco are the two main ones
Mhm.
that are usually associated with this case. So,
Well,
anyway, I guess we can get into the movie. Spoilers from here on out. I also want to give a little note at the beginning. We love to joke around here on Midnight Movies.
yes.
But considering the fact that this is a real case
Mhm.
where real people's lives have been affected and real people have lost their lives, if we make jokes about situations that happen in this movie, I just want to make it abundantly clear we're making fun of the movie
Yes.
and not the actual people who went through this.
Absolutely. Because obviously we would not make light of that.
No,
we are making jokes of the movie.
We're not going to make jokes about someone being shot in the face or people being stabbed. So I just want to get that out of the way. And also big allegedly for everything that we're going to talk about because, like I said, I'm going to have my theories as to people who could have been Zodiac, people who are not Zodiac, stuff like that.
Yeah. So allegedly with everything. Yes.
We don't want to get sued here.
Imagine. It's like, sue us for what? We're not making money from this.
Yeah, that's true.
But all right, so I'll start it off with the budget. It was 65 to 85 million.
Somewhere in there. I know David Fincher likes to do like a whole lot of different takes and stuff like that, so I can imagine this budget kind of maybe inflated, bigger than 65 million.
He's like, well. And then box office was only 84.7 million.
Yeah, it didn't do too well.
No.
Despite the fact that this movie got like critical praise at the time. I'm pretty sure it was even like nominated for Oscars.
No, it was like people really dug this movie. Even on Letterboxd, it's pretty highly rated. I think it's like at a 4. Yeah, it's at a 4. Yeah. Pretty solid, I feel like.
Wait, was this nominated for any Academy Awards? I don't think so. That seems like a mistake.
Honestly, yeah, because, I mean, given all of the big names in this, because Robert Downey Jr., Jake Gyllenhaal, Mark Ruffalo.
You even got, like, Brian Cox in here.
And I know, like, I mean, Chloe, what's her last name?
Oh, yeah.
She's not, I don't think she was, like, super big at that time. But, I mean, I know her from American Horror Story.
Savini? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that name right.
I don't know. Right when she popped on screen, I said, the girl from American Horror Story?
I mean, you even have Anthony Edwards in here who plays Goose in Top Gun. So,
oh, okay. Yeah.
You kind of got, this movie's very star-studded. Like, it almost feels like everybody's in this movie.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It almost is like one of those movies where they're wanting to, because you know how some movies are like, we're going for Oscars here.
Yeah, but at the same time,
this seems like it's one of those movies where they're wanting like higher names and good, like really like intense emotional acting to get to that.
But it's weird because like when I think about Oscar bait movies, I don't think of Zodiac because it doesn't really leap to mind. When I think of Oscar bait movies, I think of something like fucking La La Land.
Oh, I think of Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer, not really. What movie also came out during the year of Oppenheimer? I mean, Oppenheimer can be counted because it's like it's a biopic.
Yeah.
But I think of like The Artist, like these highfalutin, like self-congratulating of Hollywood stuff, or like anything like pro-America, like when what is it? Argo won Best Picture in 2012.
Yeah.
And that movie is just like, hurrah, America.
Yay.
I don't know. I don't feel like Zodiac is because a lot of this, we'll talk about it when the violence happens. It's very unflattering and like very visceral.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Like to me, that doesn't feel like Oscar.
Yeah. I guess the first, like you said, the first like what 30 minutes is like the murders
it's the actual
happen.
like murders that Zodiac committed.
And usually they don't. If there's blood and stuff like that, and no Oscar for you.
No Oscar. Even CGI blood, which this movie has a lot of.
It sure does. But anyways.
We start off with some old-timey logos. I love when movies do this. When it's a movie that's set in the past and you bring up like the logos and everything and it's the logos from the time. Nice. So yeah, they got the old-timey Paramount logo, the old-timey Warner Brothers logo, and they got that like film grain and everything.
Sets the mood.
Also to set the mood is 60s music. I love the soundtrack to this movie.
It was good. It was very nice.
I mean, I'm a big 60s, 70s music fan, so it's like I dug this soundtrack.
I love a 70s music. It's nice. I was just, sorry, already a tangent.
No, it's fine. That's what we do here.
One of the guys I work with, he's like 60. Love the guy. But a Justin Bieber song was on, and I was like,
he's like, oh shit, this is my jam.
This is my shit.
Baby, yo.
No, but I was like, do you listen to like newer music, or do you usually listen to like music from like when you were younger? And he's like, oh yeah, I love the pop music. And I was like, you don't have to lie to me.
I love the pop music. that you youngsters listen to nowadays.
And then I was like, well, I was just thinking because Justin Bieber's on. He's like, I know the name. I was like, but you're not a believer. And he's like, no.
He probably looked at you and was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And he's like, no.
Are those real words that left your mouth?
It's like, believer. He's like, I like Johnny Cash. I was like, hell yeah.
I mean, to his credit, like, I didn't like Justin Bieber during his heightened popularity, so.
No, I mean, when he first came out, like, I was like, but then, of course, I went to go see his movie in middle school, and I said, hell yeah, I'm a believer.
What's funny is, like, a Justin Bieber song was playing at my work the other day, and I was just like, it's been, like, over a decade since Justin Bieber hit his popularity, and I was like, I still hate his music.
Oh, you still
It's like, I'm not nostalgic for this at all. This is still terrible.
No, I'm like, baby.
That was the song that was playing, yeah.
It's good, dude.
I guess so.
That should be me holding your hand. This is just now going to be me singing Justin Bieber karaoke.
This is our transition. This is our transition from doing Zodiac into High School Musical. Yeah. This is how we're doing it.
Yeah, sorry.
Through the lens of Justin Bieber.
Exactly.
But Justin Bieber was the Zodiac.
Oh my God, no. That was a joke.
It was a joke. It was actually Ted Cruz.
Oh my God.
You saw that meme that went around Facebook like a while ago where it's just like Ted Cruz is a Zodiac killer?
No.
Which is really funny because I'm pretty sure Ted Cruz was an infant when Zodiac was doing his stuff.
What does Ted Cruz look like again?
He looks like a sad Republican man. Tell me that's not an accurate description.
Honestly,
yeah.
My fucking phone just was like, no one gets to see that. Here you go, everyone.
There he is. sad man. But no, it was a joke for a while on the internet where people were accusing him of being the Zodiac. Despite the fact that, again, he was like a child when it all went down.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, maybe we'll actually get started. I think we said that like 5 times.
It's fine.
22 minutes in.
It's fine.
Anyways, so we got two teams, possibly.
They're not
they're
like
not
I think in real life they're like early 20s.
Yeah.
Like Darleen Ferrin in real life, she's married at this point.
She looked older than he did.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it doesn't help that they casted like a really young actor to play Michael Mageau.
Yes,
so.
he looked very, very
That
young.
being said, like I said, the casting in this movie is immaculate. Like they look like the real life, like Michael Mageau and Darleen Ferrin. So even so much so like the clothes that they're wearing are fairly accurate to the actual clothes.
That's nice they did that.
Also, this opening tells you that global warming is really a thing because back in the 60s, Michael Mageau could wear 5 layers of clothing in July and not die instantly.
Yeah. Here, it's like
it's literally 100 degrees outside right now.
Plus humidity. So it's like, oh, cool. Love that.
But yeah, we have Darleen Ferrin picking up Michael Mageau on the 4th of July. We've come full circle.
Oh my God, you guys. The 4th of July for us was only a couple days ago. It's the 11th. So.
Yeah, that's true. But by the time this is coming out, it would be the end of the month. So
that's true. Yeah, we recorded some things early. We're actually like back on track.
Yeah,
now.
We're back on track. We're about to actually get more ahead, like sometime soon.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that.
I know.
Be excited.
I know.
Guys.
We're professionals.
Look at that. Oh, and by the way, a little tease. A little
sprinkling in. Salt man, just sprinkle it in.
Jade actually made us a Patreon.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We actually got it going.
Yeah, he did it because me and Cody weren't fucking doing it apparently. So
I don't have the know about.
I don't know what's going on either. Again, Jade's the only reason why this podcast exists because me and Cody we don't know what we're doing. I
just set up the equipment and I talk about movies.
And I just come over and I talk. I don't even set anything up. I bring my mic and that's about it.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah,
you make the social media posts though. I just upload everything and do unnecessary amounts of research and extra stuff.
Love, though. But yeah, we'll be doing even more extra stuff soon. I don't know, but like we have a Patreon. Like we actually have it. Mm-hmm. We need to figure out details and shit. But yeah, we're gonna be doing shit. We have something loaded already. that we filmed.
We have something lock and loaded that we filmed
months ago.
Fucking almost like 10 months ago.
Yeah, that was when we were doing Bring Her Back and what was the other movie? Weapons.
Yeah, so initially
you watched one movie and I watched the other movie.
Yeah, because of miscommunication from me, because we had initially had a schedule set up, and then you mentioned that we should do an alien ranking.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just like, okay, like in my mind it was just like, okay, we'll do Bring Her Back and then we'll do the alien ranking.
Mm-hmm.
While assuming that you knew that Weapons was going to be the movie that we're reviewing.
Mm-hmm.
But you took it as, we're going to do Bring Her Back this week and then we're going to do the alien ranking.
Yes.
So when you came over, I had watched Weapons and took notes on Weapons and hadn't seen Bring Her Back. Whereas you had watched Bring Her Back and had notes on that and didn't watch Weapons. So what we did is we just did a horror movie trivia night.
Yes.
And initially we're going to upload that, but then you had the idea of like in December we should do Christmas movies and we'll save horror trivia for whenever we do a Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, at first I was like, oh, we could fill it in whenever, and then finally I was like, nah, Patreon. There we go. Yeah. So how long is that recording?
We recorded that back in November.
Do you know how long it was? Like an hour or something, maybe?
It might have been 2 hours.
Don't remember what
it was
we talked
over
about
an hour
during
and a half,
it.
So.
Yeah, so that'll be a surprise for me as well, and Cody. So.
Eventually we'll do another horror movie trivia so that way we can get some content going on. I'm trying to look into how to set up like audio commentaries that we might be able to do, and we have to figure out logistics as to when we can record those and stuff like that. But yeah, we're getting a jump start on it, so
yay. Be excited.
Be excited.
Damn it.
Be excited about Zodiac too, because that's technically what we're talking about.
Yes, so again, we'll begin. So we're at the 4th of July. And they're going to just hang out, I suppose, because at first they went to like a gas station.
They went to a dine-in.
A dine-in, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Ed's dine-in restaurant.
But
so.
too many people.
I don't think that's what it is.
Was that not what she seemed like? She just was like.
So if you notice in the scene, Darleen looks up in her rearview mirror, and then she gets a worried look on her face, and then she says, "It's too crowded. We need to leave."
I did see a car in the background at that point.
So I tried to look for it. I think you can see it, but I think the Zodiac's car is there, and I think that's what Darleen saw.
Okay.
So in the book, like Michael Mageau, when he's telling this story, one of the reasons why, like, even though Mageau was one of the witnesses to Zodiac, like, his testimony can't really necessarily be taken seriously. Just because, like, even at the time, he was kind of changing up his stories. Like, initially he said, like, you know, Darleen picked him up, and then they were just, like, instantly chased by a guy, and then they pulled into the Lover's Lane. Yeah. Whereas, like, some days later, or a week later, he says, oh, no, we went to a dine-in first, and then we went to
it's
the
probably
Lover's
so
Lake.
hard. Like, I mean, he just had something traumatic happen to him.
Yeah, I know, but, like...
to just, like, remember every single detail. And I'm sure, like, each time you're, like, sitting there thinking about it, you remember like one more thing and you're like, wait, no, like we did that before this, and then it's probably just a lot.
I understand.
Yeah.
And when we get to the end, again, like take for a grain of salt, like his like confession.
Well, and I think he said
like
it had been like 22 years at that point.
Yeah,
right?
it was like 21 or 22 years between
later
when he was shot to when they brought photographs to him to like identify who might have shot him. So
yeah, it's like okay.
And also, it should be noted that Michael Mageau, like during the time, he fell into drugs, alcohol. He became homeless. He kind of went like a few screws, kind of became loose in his head. So it's just like, how much of his testimony can we actually trust versus is this just a man who kind of was broken by a traumatic event and never recovered?
Yeah. And
it's like, can we really say that this person did it to him when he might not even remember himself?
Yeah. Oh, that's
it's tragic. But yeah, so Darleen and Mageau, they leave the dine-in to go to a little Lover's Lane.
was so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And like we said, Darleen is married.
She is 100% married.
And not to this guy.
Not only that, but she has a kid. So
yeah, and so as they're at this lovers lane, Mageau's like, "What are we doing here?" And she's like, "We're sitting,
yeah,
listening
he's
to
just
music,
like,
talking."
"You're acting really weird. Like,
Yeah,
is everything okay?" And
she's
she's
being
like,
little-
"Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's cool.
Yeah,
it's
she's
cool.
like,
It's
"We're
fine.
just-
It's fine. It's cool.
Totally cool. Like,
Don't
we're
worry
just sitting
about it.
here.
We're just chilling on the 4th of July."
Yeah, it's totally fine. And there's a car that pulls in and is near them and kind of just stops because it's just them and that other car, I believe, at this
Mhm.
point. And Mageau says, "Is that your husband?" And she's like, "No,
No. Yeah.
no, like it's not him."
So this was part
I
of
was
real
like,
testimony. Is just according to Darlene's sister. Darlene had like kind of a stalker or a guy that was like trying to be around her and everything.
Mhm.
So it's like I mean, the movie will even bring it up. That's why Darlene is so scared, is because she potentially knew who Zodiac was.
Yes.
Again, take for a grain of salt like
Not
what
for
Robert
sure,
Graysmith actually said,
yeah.
because it's like some of his resources could have been unreliable. Guys, when we're talking about this movie, just be like, there's a big maybe over everything.
Yeah.
Because since Zodiac was never caught, we can never be for sure definitive of anything.
Mhm.
So when
It's a lot of like, this could have happened. I could have seen this. Maybe I saw that.
Yeah. Because like I even heard just like the painting party that they bring up where
Mhm.
Zodiac came in, apparently that might not have been true. Like maybe that painting party never happened.
Oh my goodness, yeah. That was the first I heard of a painting party. And I was like, a painting party?
I love in the movie, they're just like, what's a painting party? It's like, it's a party where people go and paint. And he's like, that sounds like an awful party.
It sounds terrible.
It doesn't sound awful. It's not exciting.
No.
But it could be fun. You play music, you eat pizza, you kind of chit
Just
chat with
paint,
friends.
yeah.
Like, it's
I
not
think
a
they said
conventional
there was like
party.
some drinks
Yeah.
obviously involved. So yeah, like I
it
don't
could be
know.
fun. It's
Mhm.
just, it's not your conventional kind of party.
Yeah. You have to have some good friends, I feel
You
like.
have to have some really good, and you have to be like a very people person.
Mhm.
So
But the car leaves and they're like, they kind of breathe a sigh
yeah,
of
they're just
relief.
like, oh, thank God.
Comes back.
Yeah,
I can't tell if it's the same car or a different car.
it is
very
because
dark.
when it comes up, it's hard to see, but like I can see it. It is a Mustang that initially pulls up. Which, by the way, that's not the actual car that was reported in real life. I think
was
it was an
wondering.
Impala in real life,
Mhm.
like a white Impala.
Okay.
But again, that kind of adds to the detail of just like you can't be too sure of like what actually happened in real life. So it's like, well, maybe it could have been a like a brown Mustang. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, it leaves and it's gone for a little while, and then you hear like the screech of the tires as it turns around. And again, I'm not going to make fun of the real life people, but it's like, for me, I would have fucking gotten out of there.
Well, the fact that the car pulls back around and like is right behind them in the movie, I'm just like, and Mageau says like, let's get out of here, and
Mhm.
nothing happens. And I was like, yes, Darlene, let's get out of here.
At the same
character in the
time,
movie.
if Darlene like knows who this guy is, she's probably just petrified with fear.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And then also it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, well, if I leave, he's just gonna follow.
Yeah.
Like I feel like, and the fact that this is her stalker, it's just like there's no stopping him.
There's no safe. I mean,
Mhm.
they'll talk about later in this movie, but in real life, apparently Darlene was getting like phone calls from this guy and stuff
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah, so car gets out, and at this point I think Mageau says like, get your license.
Get your license, because like,
Now maybe he thinks it's like a cop, possibly.
well, I mean, when he gets out, like, it's got the flashlight
Yeah.
pointing, which is what cops do. Like, at night, they point the flashlight at you.
And so like, oh, okay, like I guess this is maybe an undercover cop,
Mhm.
possibly. And the cop comes over, and Mageau starts saying like, wow, you really gave us a scare there.
And then instant shot in the car. I love this scene just because, like, not only because of just how straightforward, brutal it is,
Mhm.
and very accurate to how it happened in real life.
Yeah.
Like, I counted the shots were 5, which is how much shots were shot
Mhm.
initially before he can come back and, like, shoot more.
Yeah.
But it's also played to the sound of Hurdy Gurdy Man. Love this song. I fucking love this song.
Yeah, hurdy-gurdy. They play that at the end, too,
Yes,
I believe,
they do.
right?
It comes full circle. Nikki, for the post for this, if
Hurdy
you don't put
gurdy.
hurdy-gurdy, man, I quit the podcast. No, I'm just kidding.
Title of this, Cody quits the podcast.
Hurdy-gurdy, man.
I also had Easy to Be Hard on here, too.
Yeah, that's the first song that plays at the beginning.
I liked that.
Because they have the lyric, how can people be so heartless? How can people be so cruel? Again, summarizing, like, who Zodiac is. How can people be so heartless?
Heartless and cruel.
But yeah, also this is where the CGI blood comes in. Now there is a reason for the CGI blood. So David Fincher, his directorial style is he likes to do like dozens of takes.
Yeah.
He's almost like Kubrick, but not as much of an asshole as Kubrick, I guess.
Less of an asshole.
But yeah, he'll literally do like hundreds of takes. So apparently, like in production, they decided it would be easier to just CGI the blood rather than use like fake blood and then have to continuity clean it, set everything back up, make sure everything lines up. So
understandable.
But you can hardly tell.
I didn't. It didn't take me out at all. And then plus, like, I felt like, you know, this isn't a horror movie. It's like a crime thriller. And, like, obviously the things that happen are horrific, but you don't want for it to get too, you know, like, lean too far to that side where it's just, like, blood everywhere and, like, very gory.
I know.
So I get that because it might take you out of it a little bit.
It's also just trying to stay more realistic. Like, it would have been something of just, like, if he shot, like, Mageau and, like, his jaw just, like, bursts open. It's just like, nah, we're going to play it real.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to look like he was actually shot.
Yeah.
So.
But this part, I kind of thought, I was like, okay. Because there's a cop that comes to look at the scene, and, you know, it shows that Darleen and Mageau are both still alive.
Yeah,
you know, Darleen,
which is true to real life.
Yes.
I think Darleen dies on her way to the hospital.
She does.
Whereas Mageau does survive this.
Yes.
So.
And so you can see that she's still breathing, and then he's, like, on the side of the car, and you can tell he's kind of, like, he moves a little bit. But the cop they have...
He's kind of just lingering around.
Just is standing there, and he shines his flashlight
directly
at
into
both
Mageau's eyes, just like,
and
what's wrong with you, dude?
Okay. He's not panicking, and I'm sure that's not what actually happened, but in this movie, he's, like, not panicking. He's just kind of like, oh.
So for a while, I didn't realize that, so, like, in real life, like, a couple of teenagers find Mageau and Darleen, and they're the ones that call the cop. I kind of thought that's what was happening here, but no, it's a cop.
It's a cop, yeah.
And yeah, he's kind of just leisurely walking around, not really saying anything.
I said cop comes and really does nothing.
At the same time, we get like a voiceover of Zodiac's call to the police, which Zodiac did in real life. Apparently, like, this recording of Zodiac calling the police apparently did exist at one point, but was lost during the investigation or something like that. So all the phone calls that you hear, I believe, are just recreations. They're not the actual phone calls.
Do they keep any of the actual phone calls, or
no? I don't think so.
Oh my god, I feel like that would be important, but okay.
I mean, there's a lot of like evidence that was just kind of lost and stuff like that.
Gosh, isn't that so disheartening? Like,
I mean, when
one thing you feel like you shouldn't lose is evidence.
I mean, like, you investigate a murder case and like a decade goes by,
I was gonna say, you
and
gotta
nothing
make room
comes
for...
of it. You kind of just have to sweep it aside. Like, you can't obsess over it, or else you end up like some of the characters in this movie.
Yeah.
You kind of have to go on. You kind of have to help other people who are suffering now. So
understandable. But then Jake Gyllenhaal's here.
Yeah. We get a really cool like kind of montage at the beginning where we meet Robert Graysmith, the author of the book. How do you feel about just Robert Graysmith as a character here at the beginning? As kind of wholesome Boy Scout guy.
Honestly, I felt like I didn't really pay too much attention to Jake Gyllenhaal when he first arrived. I was almost like, okay, is he the main character? Is he not? I don't know. Because for a while we really just follow Mark Ruffalo for a hot
For a
minute.
little bit. We also like follow Robert Downey
And
Jr.
yes.
for a while.
Yeah, and so I was kind of thinking like maybe Jake Gyllenhaal's just here. But then, towards the end, when he really starts making himself more known, especially to Mark Ruffalo when they meet for the first time, I was like, oh, okay, he's a lot. He is very much someone who has an obsession. That's what this turns into for sure.
Also he's probably autistic.
Oh,
so.
yeah. For sure.
But it's the 70s, so he goes undiagnosed.
Yes,
so.
He talks about how he loves puzzles and, he loves solving them. And he was very much immediately interested in this, the cipher and the letter.
Which is not actually accurate to real life.
I was wondering
Robert
if that
Graysmith
was.
did not get invested into this until years later.
Okay.
So it wasn't like an instant like, oh, I gotta solve
need to get
this.
my hands on that.
Like this was years later that Robert Graysmith was just like, oh, let me see if I can solve this.
Because Jake Gyllenhaal playing Robert, he is a cartoonist at the Chronicle,
San Fransisco Chronicle.
Yeah, and this is because obviously when this crime happened, this is when the Zodiac was sending letters to, and he sent it to multiple news outlets.
Yeah, he sent it to the Chronicle. He sent it to the Vallejo paper and somewhere else. I can't remember.
Also, did he like handwrite each one, or did he like write it and then copy it?
So here's the thing: there are theories to this.
Okay.
As far as we know for sure, he hand wrote all of this.
Okay, like each letter he sent.
Yeah.
Okay. And was it like written the same way?
Actually, these letters that you see in the movie are very accurate to how they look like in real life. So yeah, like when you see like the Zodiac letters in this movie, they pretty much look exactly like that.
Okay.
But there are theories that were brought up in the book that I'm surprised were never brought up in this movie. But Robert Graysmith in the book theorized at one point that the reason why none of the like handwriting matches to Zodiac is because they thought that Zodiac could have been taking handwriting from someone else and tracing it in order to write the letters. Because if you look at some of the letters, they're kind of spaced pretty perfectly, especially the ciphers.
Yeah.
Like they look way too neat to have been just free-handed. So there is a theory out there of just like Zodiac must have traced his handwriting, which is also why none of the suspects' handwriting like matches up. Because it's like, oh, you trace his handwriting, they bring you in to do handwriting samples, doesn't match.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
I'm surprised this movie never touches on that because that is a theory that's brought up in the book. So
yeah, I just couldn't, because I was wondering like, did he handwrite all of those letters? Because I can't see, for some reason, I can't think that the Zodiac owned a printer at the time. Because I feel like printers now are super expensive. I feel like back then they were probably pretty expensive as well.
I mean, if you believe that Arthur Lee Allen was the Zodiac, he did have a typewriter. So,
okay.
But anyway, I kind of wanted to bring that up because I really like Jake Gyllenhaal in this role. I think he's really good. This would make an interesting double feature with his other movie, Nightcrawler, and you can kind of see polar opposites of Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, this one they very like he's a dad, he's a working man.
He's portrayed as very innocent and almost boyish because he was like a Boy Scout.
An Eagle Scout, I think he said.
Yeah, he's an Eagle Scout. But here's my thing about it is just like, yeah, that's all fine and dandy until you realize that this movie is based off of a book he wrote.
Yeah.
So it's just like maybe he's kind of making himself look, because there are moments in this movie. There's a scene between Paul Avery, Robert Downey Jr.'s character, and him, and like Paul Avery asks him, "Is like, what's in it for you? Like, why are you doing this? Like, what kind of business are you trying to get out of it?" And he's just like, "Business? What are you talking about?" I'm just like, dude, you wrote the book that this is based off of.
Business.
What do you mean business?
I'm not trying to make money from this. It's because I care.
Yeah, which I don't doubt that Robert Graysmith cared. It's just like, it's just like watching it this time, knowing he wrote the book. I'm just like, there's this kind of glaze that's over it of just like, maybe he's kind of making himself look better than he
Said,
actually
I was
was.
a great guy. My heart was only in the right places.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we're all human still.
So, again, like I said, allegedly with everything, take for a grain of salt anything Robert Graysmith has said.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are schools of thought that think that Robert Graysmith was like a grifter and just kind of like he would allegedly make up evidence in order to point in a certain direction to make people think someone was the Zodiac. Mainly Arthur Lee Allen. So,
yeah.
Because Arthur Lee Allen is the one that Robert Graysmith is just like, this is Zodiac.
Well, for a while, towards the end, he was really on Rick Marshall.
Yeah, so...
and I like how they showed the desperation as well.
Or just the idea of just like, you don't know. Mm-hmm. Like, it could be anybody.
Well, because whenever he goes and visits the sister in jail, he's like, it's Rick.
Yeah.
The name is Rick. Like, you're
trying
Rick.
Trying to make
harder.
It that way.
Yeah, so I was like, I like how they showed that at that point, because that happens in real life.
Yeah, you want the crime to be solved.
Where detectives will actually put that in people's head, like, well, it was this name, right? Like, is that like right? And then the person who's telling them is now feeling gaslit, and they're like, well, maybe it is. Like, I don't know. I like how she held firm and said, no, it's not Rick.
Yeah, no,
you crazy
isn't.
Man. But we'll get there though.
We'll get there, but like I said, I really like Jake Gyllenhaal in this performance. Like, he's really good. I always thought he was the main character, mainly because he's top billing. So
I was just like, you got RDJ and Mark Ruffalo. So.
Keep in mind, though, this is 2007. This was a year before Iron Man.
I know.
So this is pre-Robert Downey Jr. like exploding into popularity.
So this is Iron Man, damn it. Mm-hmm. But now we get a little nice upbeat jazz intro.
A little Santana going on here. What I love about it is part of this montage is just like we're following the Zodiac letter to get to the editor, which I think is really funny.
It's nice.
Despite the fact that I don't think Zodiac's letter would have just been sitting on top of the huge pile of mail.
No, yeah.
It's like, no, that thing would be like buried more towards the middle or the bottom or something like that.
Yeah, and I feel like it might have taken a minute to like sift through things. It's fine.
But it's a visual cue for the audience of just like, oh shit, it's Zodiac's first letter.
It's the letter.
Alleged first letter, if you believe that this was one of his first that he wrote. So
and Robert Downey Jr. is here, like we were saying.
He's Paul Avery, like a big shot. We'll get into Paul Avery's story in this, but his story in this movie is probably the most egregious and probably the most made up that this movie does.
Really?
Yeah, the arc that this character goes through didn't happen
I
in
was
real life.
wondering because I listened to a podcast about this and I was like, I do not remember them talking about Paul Avery like going down this path.
And to be honest, like Paul Avery in the book really doesn't become a prominent player until about halfway through. When he gets the piece of bloody shirt and then like becomes a target of the Zodiac. That's when he really comes into play in the book.
Okay.
But no, like, and all the scenes between him and Jake Gyllenhaal, there's no evidence in real life that Robert Graysmith and Paul Avery ever talked about the Zodiac case to each other.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
They're like buds in this.
Yeah, they seem like best buds. It almost feels like Robert Graysmith just being like, oh yeah, and I was friends with cool guy Paul Avery, and we were just pals, and we talked about the Zodiac case.
It reminds me of The Office.
It almost kind of feels like fan fiction a little bit.
That's funny. That reminds me of The Office, though, when they're like getting all of the managers, like all of the different places like that. In The Office, you guys know what I'm talking about. And they're like, they're like, we have Bob Vance from Vance Refrigeration. We have cool guy Paul. We have. And they're like listing all the managers, and one of them is just cool guy Paul. And that's Paul Avery in this.
That's Paul Avery in this. I feel like the reason they went down this road, despite the fact that it's not accurate whatsoever, is having Paul Avery and Robert Graysmith talk with each other is a great way of giving exposition to the audience.
Yeah, I get
And
that.
there's like years and like decades of information that this movie is gonna relay to people. So it's just like it's a good
So,
idea to just have like two characters who were there at the time just talk about the case with each
discussing.
other.
Mhm.
It's not accurate. This never happened in real life, from what anyone can tell. But I feel like it's needed.
Yeah, definitely.
And we'll talk about Paul Avery's character arc since
As it comes
it
up.
didn't happen this way, but it kind of reflects Robert Downey Jr.'s real life troubles.
That's what I was thinking
So-
too. I was like, this is hitting close to home for him. But we have now received the letter,
Mm-hmm.
and we're all reading it. We're hanging out, we're reading it, we're seeing what's in it. And
Robert Graysmith is there, despite the fact that in real life he probably wasn't.
He did, yeah, it seemed like he wasn't there in real life, but yeah, who knows? But he's there. He's just a cartoonist, but he is locked in. He said a cipher. I love puzzles.
I love puzzles.
And he's immediately.
I got puzzles on my phone.
Yeah. And he's immediately like writing down the.
Yeah, like copying down the
Mhm.
cipher. Again, there's no actual evidence that he was even in the room when this letter was being read out.
Yeah, but in the letter, it's talking about the Zodiac says, put this in the paper. If you don't meet my demands,
I'm gonna go on a killing rampage. It also
Mhm.
like explains that he was the murderer of David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen from a year before,
Mhm.
and he was the one who shot Mike Mageau and killed Darleen Ferrin. So it's kind of just the letter kind of confirming that this is the man who did it.
Yes, he said, "It's me. I'm here, and here's a
I'm here.
fun little
I'm the
puzzle."
moment. I'm right now.
And everyone's
So,
like, "Yo, what the fuck?"
we'll talk about it, but Zodiac's kind of the original pick me.
He really is, and he's annoying as hell because
Like you just read about this movie will kind of glaze over how much actual like letters
Mhm.
Zodiac wrote to the paper, even like years after the murders stopped. It was just pretty much Zodiac of just being like, pay attention to me, I'm important.
well, because didn't at one point they stopped publishing them, right?
They did because
the
they
police
were
like,
because like Zodiac would never follow up on any of his threats. So they were just like, well, let's just fucking stop publishing his
Snot,
shit
yeah.
and see what he does. Like,
and it was nothing. He just
yeah, he
continued
did
to
nothing.
write.
Allegedly did
Allegedly,
nothing.
yeah.
Zodiac claims to have killed more people than he did, but Zodiac can only be tied to 5 murders.
Mhm.
So the canonical 5.
Canonical 5. And then and at this little meeting that they're having, they're discussing if they should follow the demands of the
Mhm.
Zodiac and publish it, or what they should do, because he wanted it like on the front page, and they're like, well, maybe we'll put it on like the 5th.
Yeah, one of them's just like, put it on page 4.
Yeah,
Which
like,
was
so-
in real life how they compromised for it, because they're just like, okay, we'll publish it just so that way you don't go and kill people.
Yeah, like we won't
But
be
we'll put
responsible
it
for
on
that.
page 4 because we don't want to like freak people out here.
Mhm.
So
And this is when we're getting shots now of people
trying
reading
to
the
solve
cipher.
it. Mhm.
And I love because it
Yeah, because we go with like the FBI, the Navy, like all of these like top government officials, like they're trying to solve it.
and then we get
And then we get just this couple just living out in San Francisco
just
in their
hanging
home.
out, yeah.
I love the
Their
scene
little
because
breakfast nook.
I love the scene because the husband's just like, "Hey, take a look at this. You want to give a crack at it?"
And then the next scene is them saying how
It was solved,
a
yeah.
history teacher and his wife solved.
And this is very
puzzle.
accurate in
It
real
is.
life. Real life, some history teacher like cracked it with his wife. In fact, tragically, the police actually investigated him for being the Zodiac because he solved it so fast.
Oh, and they said,
And they're
that's
like,
suspicious.
"That's suspicious. That's weird." We'll talk about it, but there are scenes in this movie that make me question other characters of just being like, do you guys think that Robert Graysmith might be Zodiac? Because he has a real like interest in everything that's going on.
That's what I was wondering too. Because at some points, I was like, brother, you're coming on very strong.
I mean,
right
the fact that he
now.
carries cipher books with him everywhere he goes.
Yeah, I was like, and he's like, I love puzzles. Like, da 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 da. I'm like,
Like they have that scene where Robert Graysmith is just trying to like unscramble like the anagram at the end
Towards
of the
the
Zodiac
end,
letter.
yeah.
And he's just scribbling there, just like trying to solve it. And Robert Downey Jr. is just watching him. He's like, how does one do that?
Yeah.
And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, Paul Avery's probably thinking you're Zodiac.
But yeah, he's like, you fucking weirdo. Like, what are you doing right now?
I mean, that's what I would have thought at the time, of just like, this guy seems to be weirdly getting into it. And like, even after they decided to publish it on page 4, like, Paul Avery's just like $100 on who can crack the killer's name. Robert.
Robert.
That's going to happen
Roger?
a lot.
Yeah, it's like another
Robert
name.
Graysmith says he won't give his name, and truly enough, he doesn't. And it's like, people are going to think you're Zodiac.
Well, yeah, because then like Paul Avery's like, how did you know he wasn't
how'd
going to give
you
his
know?
name? How'd you know that?
And the fact that like Robert is carrying like the Zodiac cipher everywhere he goes, it's just like, dude, it's not looking good for you.
This is a little odd.
I'm surprised at no point in the movie does any character bring up, it's just like, could he be Zodiac?
Is it him? Is it the Robert?
I thought that for a while, and then I remember, oh yeah, this is based off of a book he wrote, so
It can't be. Yeah,
so
yeah,
probably
that's not it.
none of the characters are going to think he's Zodiac.
Yeah. They're like, oh, look at this spunky man.
Look at this innocent Boy Scout. He's got so much muscles. He's so great.
He's so boyish. But now we're 1.5 months later because you'll see I'll be writing down some of the time skips. There's a lot in
There's
this.
a lot of time skips. There's a lot of ground to cover. I feel like the time skips aren't necessary. They kind of just give you an idea of just like in relation of how this happened in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're necessary to follow the story. I feel like the story is very coherent to the point that like you can kind of follow in sequential order.
It's just nice to know, I guess, because, you know, as an audience member, just to have that, because it's like, okay, it has been a while since we did this or that, or talked to that person, or this person said this. So I do like how they're like at least stating it. It's not like, you know, big, bold letters like 1.5 months later, 3 weeks later, you know, it's just teeny tiny.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, like, that will be in the back of my head while I watch this next scene. So
and some of those
they're
big
not
time
super
jumps,
prevalent.
yeah, some of those big time jumps will be important, like a year later, 4 years later, or something like that. But like some of them where it's just like, oh, this happens 3 days later. It's like you don't really need to know that.
Exactly. But anyways, yeah, we're a month and a half later, and there's a couple hanging out.
Yes, Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard.
Yes.
Important to note, in real life, they weren't a couple. They were just friends.
No, they were
but
just
friends. But this movie will
friends.
kind of frame them as they are, because she's like fucking lying on his chest and everything.
Isn't it like they had dated at some point, but then they broke up, and then they kind of were just like hanging out
I don't know. In the book, they only mentioned that they were friends, but they were close friends at one point, so maybe they might have gone on a few dates.
I know they went into it on the podcast I was listening to, and I think it said that they might have like had a date, but at this point they were not actually dating, but they wanted to spend time together. They had spent most of the day already, and this is when they were hanging out in this area. But no, like they're not an official couple. If there was romantic feelings involved, we don't know. But they're just hanging out. You
do bring up a good point. Like, it is kind of tragic because they had like a different day planned for themselves. Like they were going to go down to San Francisco and like spend the day down there.
Yeah.
But yeah, they spent a lot of time doing all this stuff that they were just like, oh, let's just drive out to Lake Berryessa.
They just wanted to hang out. And so they drive out to this lake, and as they're kind of laying there,
they're kind of just chit-chatting about stuff.
Well, the man, what's his name?
Brian Hartnell. Yeah.
He hears something, and he asks the woman that he's with. What's her name? Brian.
Cecilia Shepard.
Cecilia.
Yeah.
Brian is Cecilia.
I like how you're like, Cody, you're the one who did the most deep dive in this. What's their names?
I was like,
I mean, that's fine. I'm not going to remember. I'm not going to remember every name. I have the Wikipedia cast brought up here.
He has it up. But Cecilia tells him there's a man.
A man.
A man.
A man.
God.
He's just standing there menacingly. We did it. All 4 episodes. We did it.
We got there, you guys. We'll make another SpongeBob
One thing that I
reference.
love about this like scene is just like how dedicated like David Fincher was for like getting things as accurate as possible. So you know those trees that like Zodiac's kind of hiding behind? So at the actual Lake Berryessa, that tree didn't exist anymore. Even though it existed in 1969, what he did was, he fucking got a tree of the same kind that used to be there and fucking planted it there.
That's crazy.
So that way he could get the scene as accurate as possible.
I love that.
Kind of goes to show just what kind of director David Fincher is.
Yeah, I was like, good for him. Because, you know, obviously Cecilia sees this man and is freaked out. And Brian's like, oh, he's probably just relieving himself. Like,
I mean, he even says it is a public park. So it's just like...
There's going to be a man.
And in real life, Brian was exactly like that. He's like, I didn't think much of it because, you know, we're at a public place. Like, a dude just behind us isn't really a cause for alarm.
Well, and then obviously also during this time, there is, you know, all of the stuff in the newspaper about the Zodiac. People have been talking about it. You know, they've been saying stay away from, you know, lovers' lanes or, you know, at night. Like, this stuff is happening. Like, be aware. This is in the day. And they're at a public park. Like, they're not... So
it's not really the grounds for a serial killer to just walk up on.
Exactly. So they're not on huge alert, but obviously Cecilia is feeling some weird vibes.
It's that woman's intuition.
She said this man is not good news. And she says, no, he's walking up to us. He has a gun.
That's when it gets real.
Oh my God. The way I would shit myself.
I do love how accurate the costume is. So this is like the costume as reported in the initial drawing. And then we get this one, the famous one that Robert Graysmith drew. And what I love about this scene is like Zodiac. I'm gonna show it right here.
Enhance.
Enhance. Zoom in. Jade, put it right here if you can't see it.
Yes.
But no, what I love about it when Zodiac first rocks up, he is standing in that pose, gun out like that.
Yeah.
Again, I love that attention to detail. It's just like he's standing, he's fucking standing like that.
He's fucking standing there menacingly.
Menacingly. But no, he's just like, don't move. Give me your keys. Give me your wallet. Like, give me everything you got.
Yeah, he's at one point says he's like an escaped
an escaped convict from some prison in Montana, he says.
And he's like, I don't want to hurt you. I just want your car to get to Mexico or something like that. Well,
initially he says just like he killed a prison guard escaping and he's not afraid to kill again.
Yeah, but he's like, I just really want your car, though. And they're like,
and
okay.
Brian, of course, he's doing the smart thing in this situation. Yeah, comply. Just give him the keys, give him the money.
And he said, he's like, I don't have much on me. I can write you a check if you'd like.
In real life, I think Brian Hartnell only had like 50 cents on him. And
it was like, only a couple.
He's just like, here, take 50 cents, buy yourself a Snickers bar or something.
But he still did offer to write a check because he's like, I don't got much, but like, I can, like, not on me, but like,
and even offers just like, maybe I can help you psychologically. Like, I am like, I'm a pre-law student. Like, I can help you out, maybe.
Yeah, we can figure this out together.
Yeah.
And the man doesn't really respond to any of that. And
which is actually crazy because in real life, like, Zodiac was talking to them. So there was actual dialogue going out. In fact, this whole thing in real life went on for a lot longer than it did.
Really?
Like, I think Zodiac and Brian were, like, going back and forth for, like, over an hour or something like that. Yeah. Like, Brian...
was really trying to talk him down.
I mean, he was a law student, so of course he's just like, get as much detail as I possibly can. Keep him talking.
Yeah.
And even this movie will like portray that because he'll just be like, what's that name of that prison you came from? Stuff like that. Like he's trying to get information because he's
to
like,
see if it's true or not.
Well, or to, like if he survives, he can like give this information to the cops and like find him and stuff like that.
I mean, it's very smart. And
in
hopes, too, that, like, someone might walk by during that time and see what's happening.
Also, you would, like, be... Like, I feel like Brian and Cecilia probably thought they were going to survive this because, like, he's wearing a mask. Usually in murder cases, of just, like, if someone's wearing a mask...
We talked about this in The Strangers.
We have talked about this. You're more likely... to think that she can survive because it's like they want to hide their identity and
once
stuff
the
like
mask
that.
comes off, that's
when
when
you know
scary.
you're fucked.
Yeah.
So.
that's when you know that they don't care that you're seeing their face, because you're not gonna tell anyone about it.
Live
Yeah.
through this. Or so Zodiac thinks.
Because he then instructs the woman to tie up the man, Brian.
In a great shot where it's just like, for most of this, you're just seeing Zodiac from the front, and then all of a sudden you cut from behind to him, and you see the like rope that he has, and he like pulls it out, and it's like the rope is like as big as Cecilia, who's like in the foreground. Like, really great shot. It's very imposing and very terrifying.
Yes, it is good.
Also, throughout this entire scene, no music. It is very real.
It's intense.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's in the moment. And so she goes to tie him up, and then he then ties, the Zodiac ties Cecilia. And he goes back to retie
because Zodiac's like, yeah, she didn't tie you up very good, so let me finish this.
Yeah, because in the reporting, apparently Cecilia said she was afraid to hurt Brian, so she didn't want to.
I figured that Brian just like was like intentionally like trying to keep the ropes loose.
And I'm sure Cecilia was wanting to not, because she's like, oh, he is entrusting me to tie up someone, I'm going to tie it up very loosely.
Yeah. I also do like Brian had the idea of grabbing Zodiac's gun, which was a real thought that went through Brian's head, but just like didn't do it because it's just like, well, if I was alone, I could probably try to go for it, but like there's someone with me and I could put them in danger too. So it's just like, it's best not to go for the gun.
That's what is shitty too about the Zodiac, because he has, well, so far that we know of currently,
he's gone. That's shitty about the Zodiac?
Well, no, but he's gone after couples, so obviously they're both going to be thinking about the other one's safety.
Yeah.
So it's like, you can't just sit there and like fight like hell or do, because then you're worried about the other person and what he might do to them.
You know, Zodiac's lucky that he didn't come across a couple that just were like in heated argument and almost about to break up.
That's
I just wanted them just being like, yeah, fucking just take them.
That was a joke.
That was a joke.
One of those jokes we were telling you guys that aren't serious. But yeah, and he attacks them.
In a very brutal, very realistic stabbing scene. Especially with Brian, because you don't actually see the knife hit him. You just hear the sound from behind him. And you hear his grunts of like pain and stuff like that. But Cecilia is just like even more visceral because she's fucking screeching at the top of her lungs. And Zodiac goes to town on Cecilia. Just like, not only stabs her in the back, but Cecilia rolls over and he
stabs her in the abdomen too. Yeah.
Apparently, in real life, Cecilia was stabbed a total of 10 times, whereas Brian was only stabbed 6.
6. Okay, I thought it was around like 8 to 10. Yeah.
And Brian, somehow, like, the knife managed to miss his heart by, like a fraction of an inch. Like, if Brian had moved at all, or if, like, the knife were a little bit more over there, like, Brian would also have been dead.
Yeah.
Whereas, unfortunately for Cecilia, the knife did penetrate her heart.
And she did pass.
That being said, she fought for a while. She lived for 2 days after the stabbing before she passed away.
Because after this happened and, Zodiac left, these two were still alive. And they were alert enough to talk to each other and be like, what are we doing now in this situation?
Crazy story, because Brian managed to crawl 500 feet to his car while bleeding out. I'm just like, this guy is like, I love him. He's great.
Yeah, and I think they were yelling for a while to get someone's attention. I think for 15 to 20 minutes, maybe.
Fisherman and his son came by to check it out, and then they left to try to go find help. And
then I think a ranger.
A ranger came up. Yeah. I think Brian, for the fisherman, thought initially he just left.
Yeah.
Which you would naturally think. Of just he just fucking left us.
Probably, but and that's when Brian started to leave, but then a ranger crossed paths with them and was like, oh shit.
And we see a little bit of that here. We don't really see the ranger come up or anything, but we do see Brian's car. It's got scribbled on the side of it, which again, very accurately recreated, of just he gives the date of the Mary Lou Jensen and David Faraday murder from Christmas of '68. the Darleen Ferrin, and then he gives this date, and then writes by knife. With another like voiceover of an actual like phone call that Zodiac made to the cops.
Yes, saying that there's been a murder.
There's been a murder. No, a double murder. And then
fuck that guy. So fucking dramatic.
Yeah, fuck the Zodiac.
He said, actually a double murder. It's like, fuck you.
Guys, hot take. I hate the Zodiac.
Yeah, honestly, not great guy.
Also,
shitty.
it's going to be a very fun thing that I almost said Bryan Singer. David Fincher does.
Yes.
I don't know why I just confused the two directors.
It's fine.
The fun thing that David Fincher does is, for the most part in this entire movie, Zodiac's played by a different guy.
Okay.
So that way you can never fully tell who Zodiac is. Like when we see him murdering Darleen Ferrin at the beginning, he's like covered in shadow. You can't see his face and stuff like here. I believe for the like hood scene, it is that actor from the beginning. But then any other time you see Zodiac in here, for the Paul Stein murder and for the Kathleen Johns abduction, they're different actors.
Okay.
So
like
just a fun little detail of just like we don't know who Zodiac is. It could have been anybody.
Yeah, I do like that.
And also, none of them are played by the guy who does Arthur Lee Allen in this movie. So,
okay, that's
which
nice.
I thought at least the abduction of Kathleen Johnson was John Lynch Carroll, who plays Arthur Lee Allen. But no, it's not.
It was not.
Yeah.
See, but Drake
and Josh come up and they're just like, "Where's the Zodiac, Drake? Where's the Zodiac, Drake? He's right there."
Really?
Really? Well, why don't you go investigate him? Oh.
I was trying to say Jake and drawing at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Like
yeah,
Jake
because
Gyllenhaal.
Robert Graysmith is drawing the Zodiac.
Yes.
Which
the
is
description of
which is the image that we asked Jade to put right here.
Yes.
If he decides to or not, it's fine.
You don't have to. It's fine.
You don't have to. They can zoom in on
just a suggestion.
You can zoom in on my phone.
Do it yourself, guys.
Do it yourself, guys. Like, God, put in a little bit of fucking effort.
God, we just gotta cater to everything.
But yeah, he's drawing the infamous Zodiac description, like the hood and everything like that. And this is when Robert Graysmith also remembers, like, because Zodiac mentioned in his cipher that man is the most dangerous game, he realizes, he's referencing the most dangerous game. Which is a book. Have you ever read that book?
I have. We had to read it in school.
Me too.
Yeah.
I read it in like high school, I think.
I can't remember if it was middle school or high school, but yes, we did have to read it, and it's basically they're like on an island or something.
Yeah,
like multiple people.
It's this rich guy who owns this island who used to be like a game hunter, and then he got bored.
So he's like, let's just
hunt people.
Yeah.
And so like he would just like wash people up on shore from boats and just like hunt them for sports.
Yeah.
I don't remember much about the short story when I read it. I just remember how it ends.
How does it end? I don't even know.
Our main character kills the bad guy.
Oh, okay.
Essentially, yeah.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? A book written that long ago where the good guy wins? What? Can't comprehend it.
That's crazy. A happy ending, not for me.
Not for me. No, thank you.
No thanks. But do we go any more? Because my next note is that there's like radio chatter and like people's views on the Zodiac.
No, we just get the little bit of information of just like connecting the most dangerous game to Zodiac. But then yes, we go into the Paul Stein murder, which great overhead shot of San Francisco.
Oh, beautiful.
The cinematography in this movie is just amazing.
It's very good. I like how this movie is shot.
I love the visual look of all of David Fincher's films, but I think this is like one of his best looking films.
Honestly, for this being in 2007, this is shot very nicely.
I know. It feels like it could have been shot today.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's like, especially with who's in it and stuff. I'm like,
this feels like it came out like last week or something.
Ago.
Like that.
I was like, honestly, props.
Good job,
Can
David
you hear me
Fincher.
clapping? There we go. But yeah, so
there's a lot of radio chatter. Very hilarious because it's just whack jobs calling in and just speculating over the Zodiac.
Yes.
Like one of them's like, I ain't scared of Zodiac. He's just shooting those teens up in town.
It's like, he's like, I'm not a teen. And that's
Yeah.
usually what happens when there's like a serial killer loose amongst the people, and they put out, who their victims, like what their characteristics are. And then people are like, oh, well, that's not me. I'm fine. It's like, well, maybe you should still be safe.
Famous last words.
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, this is a cab driver now. And like I said before, it was just couples at lovers' lanes. And that's what they're telling people to avoid. And now this is just a cab
Now it's just a cabbie.
Yeah.
I also like one of the radio ones is just like, well, I don't know all about that, but like the cipher they put in there didn't look very Christian.
Oh,
It's really funny.
It's like, what?
And I love I love.
I don't think murders are very Christian either. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't
Becky.
think so. Well, I mean, if you read the Bible, there's a lot of murders that happen in it.
Yeah,
So,
like,
but no, I love like the radio host's like response to that. He's like, you bring up a good point. Is the Zodiac a Satanist?
oh yeah, I do remember this Zodiac Satanist.
Which
mark?
no, he wasn't. He might have been a sexual sadist though. That's what Robert Graysmith thinks about the Zodiac.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, I'm burping. I will always.
how dare you?
I will always drink carbonated drinks before this, during it. Doesn't matter. Y'all are gonna hear me burp. Sorry.
Here with me with just my water.
I have my water too, which literally
No,
this is all the water I've drank today. I need to drink more. Don't judge me. It's 8:20 at night. Continue.
That is actually crazy that that's all the water you drink in today, since I'm about halfway through this bottle by now.
Gosh, well, it's like I have no excuse either.
Well, I'm glad you're owning up to it.
Yeah, because I would say like, oh, is that work? Da, da, da. Work was slow today. We were literally just chit chatting. I could have been drinking water during that, but I wasn't.
Girl, I wish I could say the same for me. It was hectic for me today. So
Honestly, I really like my job. It's very nice, like compared to like where we used to work. And it was like hectic
Miss
all the time.
Humble brag over here.
Yeah,
No, just
sorry.
kidding.
I enjoy where I work now. It's crazy.
No, to be fair, like sometimes the job that I have right now stresses me out, but then I think about my times at Margaret. I'm just like, actually, it's not that
as bad.
Actually,
No. Yeah, anytime like even I have like kind of like a rough day at work, I'm like, well, at least it's not Margaret.
yeah, that's true.
Where I was coming home angry and fuming and like I was so mad when I was at Margaret. I was like the worst version of myself. And
Girl,
now,
same.
Now where I'm working, it's like, oh my gosh, Nikki, you're so nice and sweet. And I'm like, don't talk to my coworkers at Margaret.
Yeah, I actually have my bosses just being like, man, you're doing a great job over here. And it's like, thank you.
It's like, wait, what? Praise.
Thank you.
Recognition. What? But anyway,
we digress. Anyway, yeah, Paul Stein gets shot.
Unfortunately.
And, very accurate to how it happens in real life. It was like, I think in the cheek, like between the ear or something like that, on the right side.
Okay.
So they recreated it very well. Again, CGI blood just.
Yes. And we got 2 detectives on the scene, which is one of them is Mark Ruffalo.
Mark Ruffalo playing Dave Toschi. I gotta say, I know we have high profiles like Robert Downey Jr., we got Jake Gyllenhaal, but my God, Mark Ruffalo was great in this movie. Honestly, love him.
I love some Mark Ruffalo.
Me too.
I feel like he doesn't get the props that he deserves because he's a great actor.
No, I think he gets unnecessary hate now because of his political views.
Oh, is he? Well, come on, Mark. What the fuck?
No, he's very liberal.
Is he liberal? Yeah. Oh, well then, Mark. What the fuck?
he like I don't know if you follow him on Facebook. He posts a lot against like what the government's doing nowadays.
Oh,
so.
Well, okay, then shout out to Mark.
Yeah.
So people aren't happy that he's.
I mean, you know how people are on the internet.
I hate people.
Except for our audience, you guys are cool.
Oh yeah, no, you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't hate you.
I don't know. Maybe this might be a litmus test. What do you guys think of our current administration?
Yeah, let us know down below.
But no, he's fantastic in this movie. Apparently, like
when you said that about the political thing, I was like, I wouldn't think Mark Ruffalo was Republican.
No, he's
not.
Like,
okay,
he's
good.
Not.
Okay, I was
different side of the controversy, not this side. Of the controversy.
The other side.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I had ripped my headphones out.
But no, he's great in this. I imagine he probably, because when this movie came out, Toschi was still alive. So I
Ooh, okay.
imagine, I don't know for sure, I didn't really read up on it, but maybe like Mark Ruffalo like talked with Toschi and like
I'm sure
got mannerisms
probably.
and stuff like that. But no, Toschi was like a very like famous detective back then. In fact, movie characters were based off of him.
Oh, wow.
They'll
Okay.
they'll mention it in this movie. Steve McQueen for the movie Bullet like took a lot of his mannerisms from Toschi.
Hmm.
When we get to a Dirty Harry is inspired by Toschi.
They brought that up a couple of times. I was
Yeah.
wondering. Okay.
And actually, really fun fact, in Star Wars, original Star Wars, you know how Luke has that line, I was going to go to the Toschi station and pick up power converters? Yeah, George Lucas intentionally named him after David Toschi.
Wow. Okay, so
Yeah.
this
This guy
was
was big in the
it.
70s. He was the scene.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just gonna say, fun fact: the first Mark Ruffalo movie I ever watched was 13 going on 30.
I feel like that was a lot of people's first introduction. I'm trying to think of mine. It might have been Shutter Island.
Okay, not bad. I tried watching that again. I couldn't get into it.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't bring it up during the Memento podcast, but I have a coworker and a friend of mine who will constantly tease me saying Shutter Island is the better version of Memento.
Oh, you've said this before though
I've
to
said it
me.
before, but I don't think I
Yeah,
said it in
and
the
the
Memento
Memento one.
podcast, in the actual Memento podcast.
I do remember you
And he
talking
says
about
it because
that.
he knows it gets me angry because it's like it's not true.
It's not true at all.
I love Shutter Island. It's just it's no Memento.
Yeah, you get that. But yeah, anyways, Mark Ruffalo's here now.
And with his partner Bill Armstrong.
Bill.
Once
Yes.
again, like I mentioned earlier, played by Anthony Edwards, Goose from Top Gun.
Goose.
Yeah, he's
He's
really good
here.
here too. I really like he's kind of like the straight man to Mark Ruffalo's kind of he's not really energetic, but like kind of quirky a little bit.
Mhm.
Like he's constantly asking for animal crackers, which
Yeah.
I don't know if the real life Toshki was ever obsessed with animal crackers, but
I did notice that came up a couple times, and I was like, I don't get this.
yeah.
Did I miss something?
I think it's just a fun quirk to give him, but like I said, I don't know how accurate that is to the real life Toshki, so
Okay. But now we have, I don't know if we have anything else before this, but we have a second letter. Well, second letter in this
I mean,
movie,
in
at
between
least.
that, David Toschi and Bill Armstrong are just kind of investigating the Paul Stein murder.
The scene.
Uh,
Oh, and they talk about how, like, it seems like the body was moved around, like, right? Or
well,
the shot, like,
it's
how, why would
because
you shoot him
they
here?
also got like testimony from the people calling from across the
Yes, yes,
house.
yes, yes,
The
yes,
calls
yes.
were coming from across the house. Uh, this is also where we learned that the PBA that was sent out was for a black man and not for a white man.
Mm-hmm.
Because David Toschi is just like, wait a minute, I thought we were looking for a black man, and they're just like, no, we corrected that. Don't worry. That happened in real life,
It did, yes.
which is fucking crazy about how you can even mix that up.
because the people who saw this happen gave a great description.
In fact,
on the
Jade, if
Zodiac.
you want to put it here, the composite, like the famous Zodiac composite sketch
Mhm.
that everyone knows, that's where this comes from.
And they do not state that this was a black man.
No.
They very much say that it's a white man, right? Like
Yeah.
a white male.
What I think, and this is me just playing devil's advocate,
Okay.
is that they may have described Zodiac of just like being covered in darkness or in blackness, like as he's walking away, and maybe the person taking the call mistake
Black.
that as a black man.
That's insane. Possibly.
Possibly, again, that's just me reading into it because, like,
Or they're racist.
I mean, yeah, they're probably
Probably
more
as
than
well.
likely.
Yeah.
But to me, it's just baffling of just like they gave a description of a white guy. How do you then just be like black man?
Yeah. And they passed by the Zodiac.
Yeah, they did. Two cops. They literally saw Zodiac. We'll talk about him when we get there, but like this movie will imply that they didn't even talk to him. In real life, they did. They were just like, hey, have you seen like a black man around here doing stuff? And Zodiac is just like, yeah, I think I saw him go that way.
Yeah, he's over there.
Again, this was the moment where they were fucking that close to catching him, and then they didn't.
The fact that, because in the movie, you know, they didn't talk to him, whatever. The fact in real life, they fucking spoke to him.
Yeah. I mean, if one of them had just like said, hey, come here.
Yes.
Let us talk to you. They would have seen he's fucking covered in blood.
Like, hey, you're someone who is in the vicinity of a murder. Let's talk to you. Did you see anything? Come closer. But they're like, hey, where'd that guy go?
Hey, this large stalking man that's been described in other testimonies of Zodiac is walking away fast from a crime scene
that just occurred.
But he's not black, so it can't be him.
It can't be him. Not here.
I will not blame those cops for it. Again, they were looking for a black man. I will blame whoever took the phone call and made that mistake.
And then said that, yeah. We'll blame them.
We'll blame them. I'm not going to blame these cops. They were looking for what they thought was. Because
what
again,
they were
like,
given.
People didn't think that this was a Zodiac at the time. They just thought it was like cab mugging gone wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't fit the MO currently of what the Zodiac has been doing. So,
but yeah, David Toschi and Bill Armstrong, they're just like investigating. They're just like, well, he was an idiot because like he killed a guy for like $6. And they're like, well, he's not an idiot because like he wait for him to put it in park before shooting and stuff like that. And we also get like Paul Stine, like his arm leaning out, which actually in actual like crime scene photos, that is how it looked.
It was like hanging out.
It was pretty much like almost one for one.
Okay.
Interesting detail though is they bring up the fact that there are bloody gloves in the car. I don't know if that's true, if there were gloves, or if they were possibly ruled out as not being Zodiacs.
Interesting.
They were just maybe left in there by like a different person.
Another set of
like someone
gloves.
else who was probably in the cab earlier in the day or something like that.
Okay.
And also we learned that Zodiac left a partial fingerprint on the door, like a bloody handprint. Which will be the handprint that they go to try to tie someone to Zodiac, and it never tied.
Nothing comes out.
Yeah.
But then...
but yeah, there's another letter.
Yes, and it also has a blood-stained shirt inside of it, along
some of
with
Paul
the letter.
Stine's shirt.
And that's what... Because people at the scene were describing that the Zodiac had came around to...
The driver's
side and was doing something kind of like setting Paul up, and they didn't really know what was going on, but it was to get a piece of Paul's shirt so they can send it in and say, I'm the one who did it.
Yeah, this is how we know that Paul Stine's murder was Zodiac, because like Zodiac sent in physical proof that he did it
and said, hey, it's me again, here's a cipher.
That being said, apparently, and I didn't know this, it is still highly contentious if this was a Zodiac murder or not.
Interesting.
I think that's because people are just so tied up with the fact that it's so different than the previous murders he did that people must have a hard time just being like, Zodiac couldn't have done this because like it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
But no, I feel like the bloody shirt pretty much tells you, yeah, Zodiac did this.
Yeah, and I feel like it's because this is also the one about the school bus.
Where he talks about shooting out the tires of a school bus and then picking off the little kiddies as they come bouncing out. And direct quote.
Yes. And I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like if this was like a copycat, quote unquote, or someone like, I feel like that's a lot.
Yeah, a lot. Very and also, like, handwriting confirms that it was
the same.
It was the same.
Okay.
This is where we get introduced to Sherwood. What's his last
I
name?
believe.
Morrill. That's his last name. By the way, the actor that they got to play him, Philip Baker Hall, he looks exactly like it's almost dead on of what Sherwood looked like in real life.
Honestly, crazy that his first name was Sherwood.
Yeah, it seems like a last name.
Yeah.
I think when I first saw this movie, I thought they were just calling him by his last name.
I thought so too. Interesting.
But one thing that I'm going to bring up in this movie. They're kind of going to try to play Sherwood as being like one of the reasons why Zodiac got away. Because
and being like unreliable.
Yeah, which I don't think in real life that was the case.
I thought that was kind of crazy. I was like, wow, that's like a huge accusation we're throwing out there. Because Sherwood was the handwriting analysis.
Yeah.
And, you know, with all of the handwriting samples that that different suspects, you know, were given, none of them matched. And he said, you know, like none of these are good enough to like for me to say this is a good match or good enough. And then towards the end of this, they kind of basically saying
they throw his credibility under the bus.
Yeah, like, oh, Sherwood, the one who drinks
like Paul Avery now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so they're basically just being like, he's unreliable. He's a drunk now. Like, how can we even really take anything like that he said, you know, to be law at this point?
I mean,
crazy.
Take it with a grain of salt. Apparently, Sherwood was kind of forced into an early retirement. So maybe there's some credibility behind it, but at the same time, it kind of almost feels like we shouldn't really believe him because, like, what does he know? Yeah. It's like he's a professional, like he's trained to do this. So
this is also just another PSA. Whenever you watch movies based off of true crime like this, or even watch, you know, documentaries or anything like that, they usually are going to sway you a certain way or anything like that. You can do your own research.
Yeah, people have agendas. Mm-hmm. You can't necessarily trust anything, especially when it comes to Zodiac, because there are so many just unknowns.
Yeah, like especially with unsolved cases. Yeah, like do your own research, see what's going on.
You can draw your own conclusions, but just know it's so unfortunate. It's just we'll never know anything about Zodiac. So much time has passed. Zodiac is most likely dead at this point. Yeah. It's like we'll never get a confession. And even if we do get a confession, how much of it can we believe?
Well, that's the thing at this point. It's like, is it even going to be true? Like, you would have to have so much things backing that up. That
you would have to have either like actual like original copies of the Zodiac letter in your place, and you would have to have like Paul Stein stuff in order for us to be like, oh, you are the Zodiac. Because you have this stuff that only the Zodiac should have. Mm-hmm.
It would be a lot.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, it's like, okay, you have to prove to us that you are.
Instead you kind of have to prove you are Zodiac. Yeah. Because, like, this was highly publicized. So it's just like, people can come up to you and confess all day that they're Zodiac. But it's just like, they probably read about it and just want to take credit for it. So it's like, how can we tell you are Zodiac?
But then
take a drink, guys, for how many times we're gonna say Zodiac in this movie. You'll be
drink of water.
You'll be dead before our podcast is over. Yes. So
unless it's water, drink some water.
Yeah, take shots of water. Unless you're Russian, in which case do vodka, because that's what they do, I guess.
Oh, gosh. But yeah, so we talk about the school bus. This is also when the two cops come in and they talk about how they kind of dropped the ball with Zodiac kind of getting away with them not stopping him. And then there's like a TV show that's happening that opens up a call for the Zodiac to call in.
Yes. I mean, a few things kind of happen in between then.
Okay, because I was like, that's the first. I was like I said, I was kind of like zoning out at this point.
I mean, fair enough.
A lot happening.
We get the police and the newspaper decide not to publish the Zodiac letter, saying like
the second one with the school
threats, because they're just like, we don't want to create a mass panic.
Understandable.
Which they'll eventually just release the information anyway, because you kind of have to.
Yeah, causing a mass panic.
Yeah, you kind of, like, if it's going to happen, you kind of have to let people know about it. A few other things, like we get a scene with Robert. He's taking his kid to the bus, which, by the way, in this movie, Robert says he has 2 kids, but we only ever focus on one of them.
I was wondering about that, because later, it's like when he's on his date or something like that.
Yeah, when he's on his date, he mentions he has 2 kids, but it's just like we only ever see one of them.
And I said pause what other kid? I've seen one.
What I take it is maybe his ex-wife has custody of the other one and he has custody of this one.
Maybe.
But just like we'll never see this other
I'm glad
kid.
you were also confused about that because I was like, what the fuck?
We also get at one point Paul Avery's typing up a column about Zodiac and calls him a latent homosexual.
He does type that up, and that is a thing that happened.
Yes, but
the
police were the ones to tell him to do it.
Yes.
Which in this movie later on, it will be like Toschi will be like, well, you did call him a latent homosexual, and it's just like, you were the one who suggested him to do that.
Because the police were like,
they were trying to get a reaction out of Zodiac.
They said insult him by calling him
so they're just
homosexual.
like, hey, call him gay. Let's see if he will do something about it.
It's like, say he's gay, and then
I mean, in the
70s,
if you call a straight person gay, yeah, they'll go on a rampage. They're just like, no, I'm not fucking gay.
It's like, what the fuck? It's like, all right.
Whereas nowadays, people would just be like, joking, are you sure?
But now,
well, in between
not
then,
yet.
we also like Toshki's getting like hundreds of calls of like people just being like, oh, I could be Zodiac, or calling in about the bus threat and stuff like that. And this is when we get the realization of the two cops, like they could have stopped Zodiac and they didn't. They kind of portray these cops as kind of bumbling, of just like they didn't do their job right. But again, it's not their fault.
Yeah,
they got wrong information. And then like Toschi just gives them a disappointed dad look, and I'm just like, it's not their fucking fault.
Yeah, they were kind of like sitting on the bench. It's like as if they were like getting in trouble by the principal.
Yeah, like they're getting chewed out by a parent or something like that. It's just like, these guys didn't really do anything wrong.
Yeah, don't you do that again.
They saw someone that didn't fit the description of what was let out, and so they just didn't think to stop him.
Yeah. They still have been like, hey, come
I
here.
mean, they probably should have, but again,
yeah.
they were looking for someone that they thought was a black man.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Hindsight 2020 kind of thing.
Again, they'll portray these cops as being just like, how dare they? And it's just like,
yeah.
They don't blame them. Blame whoever put out the call of just like, look for a black man.
Yeah, it's like, I need to know who that person is.
You know who that person is. Put them on administrative leave.
Seriously.
Where are we at?
Now, TV show? TV show, where are you? What happens before or after you?
In between this, we also get... Where am I in my notes?
I don't know. Shit. I thought you were on this page, but you're looking over here now. And
yeah.
See, this is why I cross out my notes as I go, because I got to stay on
I
track.
don't do that because it's like, what if someone actually wants...
Is someone going to buy our notebook?
You never know. Patreon exclusive. When I'm done with this, you can buy my notes and see how incoherent they are. We also get like a scene of intercutting between conversations between Toschi and Bill Armstrong and Paul Avery and Robert Graysmith, where they're kind of going back and forth about the Zodiac case, where they're pretty much talking about like how Paul Stine doesn't fit in with all these other kills. And we kind of get like an insight into like Zodiac's breaking the pattern, which maybe he did intentionally, maybe he didn't, to kind of muddle the waters there and stuff like that.
Makes sense.
I kind of have my theories because like the murders will stop here, despite the fact that Zodiac claims to have murdered more. I don't think that's the case. What I think is because Zodiac will just, after this point, just write a fuck ton of letters.
Yeah.
And just take credit for crimes that he didn't commit. What I think happened in real life is that Zodiac was that close to being caught, like police like talked to him and stuff like that, and now there's a composite sketch of him out there. What I think is Zodiac got scared in real life and stopped killing, but he still wanted to be like, he still wants to have that attention. So, like, he continued writing letters and taking credit for crimes that he would read in the newspaper just to be like, hey, look at me, I'm still relevant.
That's me, you guys.
Yeah, that's me. Pick me, guys.
Pick me? Yeah, no.
Like I said, Zodiac is a pick-me girl.
That honestly wouldn't surprise me, especially because of the fact that he was spoken to by police.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like
I feel like Zodiac got scared because it's just like, oh shit, I'm actually this close to getting caught.
I'm flying a little too close to the sun.
Better stop while I'm ahead, I guess.
Yeah.
But then, this is when the TV show airs.
Hey, remember when I said TV show 10 minutes ago? Yeah. Now we're on the TV show, and they open it up, the lines for the Zodiac to call in, which is crazy.
To Melvin Belli, played by Brian Cox. I love Brian Cox in this role, especially since he is playing a lawyer / actor. He's really hamming it up. Mm-hmm. There are times he's just like, "I'll see you there, Sam." Just Brian Cox is great in this.
He did good.
Also, fun fact: Brian Cox in the '80s played Hannibal Lecter in Manhunter.
Ooh, okay.
So a little connection to another kind of crime movie.
Yeah.
So, but they bring him to the talk show to have Zodiac call in. By the way, this is all you can actually find this footage on YouTube. You can actually watch it.
And that's fun.
It's very very well recreated. It's not one for one, but it's just lines of dialogue are exact. Voice acting is on point for the person who calls in. It's very well recreated.
Okay, nice.
I just kind of wish they on the TV made it black and white like it is on YouTube.
Oh, did they? Yeah. Okay.
In the movie, it's going to be in color, but
you're right, it is in color.
You look it up on YouTube, it's in black and white.
Okay. So. But yeah, someone who says that they're the Zodiac calls.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, in real life, this happened, but it was not Zodiac.
Okay.
And this was something they suspected at the time because they brought in, and you'll see it in the movie, they bring in Brian and some of the dispatchers who actually heard Zodiac's voice, and they're just no, that wasn't Zodiac.
Said that is not him.
And the trace actually traced it to a mental hospital, so they dismissed it. But actually in 2020, one of the Zodiac letters was finally solved. And it didn't really give any new information, except that it confirmed that, yes, he did not call into that show.
That's so funny that you bring that up, because I remember around 2020, the Zodiac was brought up again because someone cracked
solved
that cipher.
One of the ciphers, yeah.
I do remember that.
That being said, out of the 4 ciphers that Zodiac sent, only 2 of them have been solved. The other 2 remain unsolved.
That's so crazy.
I know, crazy, right? It's been nearly 60 years, and it's just
I wonder if anyone's still working. I am sure someone is.
100% positive. But what I think is, Zodiac made it intentionally, uncrackable. And also, Zodiac fucking misspells everything. So
I was going to say, it's super hard because of the fact that he just can't spell.
Yeah, he fucking can't spell.
I'm not a great speller either, so.
Neither am I. If you look at my notes, I misspell words and then cross out words and rewrite them and stuff like
later
that.
I try to attempt to write ambidextrous. Ambidextrous?
I did write ambidextrous in here. I don't know if I spelled it right.
There's a lot of just letters that I formed
It's together. I'm sure there's an X in here somewhere.
Yeah, I put a couple.
And what's tragic is I have a phone where I can look up all this information and figure out how it's spelled, but it's just nah. I'm just going to freestyle it.
It's I'm trying to watch this. I'm trying to take notes at the same time. I don't got time to be on my phone.
I got time for this.
No, especially when I was watching this on my phone.
Same here.
Yeah, it's couldn't do it. It's free on Pluto, by the way, everybody.
Oh, I own the movie, so.
Oh, well, I don't. It's free on Pluto, though, if y'all want to go watch it.
Nice. The movie we're reviewing next week is also free on Pluto. So.
Oh, well, there you go. What are we reviewing next week again?
We're doing Birdemic, remember?
Ooh,
So Bad It's Good month.
Birdemic.
Birdemic, shock and terror.
God.
That's going to be a fun one.
Oh, my God. That's going to be one. I'm excited for The Happening, too.
Oh, yeah, I'm very excited for The Happening.
Just give me a minute.
What? No.
You're going to murder me, aren't you?
You're planning on killing me in my sleep. What? No.
Me, but I'm definitely planning on killing someone in their sleep.
Oh, I'm going to finally be able to bring up a line that I love to quote from that movie. Just, why you eyeing my lemon drink?
Oh, my God. Okay, well, anyways, let's get through it this movie.
Let's try to get through Zodiac.
God. I still have so many notes.
I feel like we're also trying to decipher Zodiac as we're going through this.
Okay, so now I have in my notes.
I mean, they tried to set up a meeting point to meet Sam, quote unquote Sam.
Oh yeah, because he said that his name was Sam.
Mm-hmm. And like Melvin Belli is just like, meet me at this church, and then Sam is just like, no, meet me here. And then he's just like, yeah, I'll meet you there. And I love how it's supposed to be a secret thing, but just like fucking hundreds of police and helicopters are coming around.
I know. It's like, this is on TV. I don't know if you forgot about that.
Mm. Apparently, this is how it happened in real life. Like, everyone just fucking rushed to this place. And what I love about it is just like Melvin Belli like stayed at that place for like 45 minutes before leaving and going home. And literally the talk show host, I can't remember what his name is, like, he was having none of it. Once the broadcast aired, he went home and went to sleep.
He said, "Good."
He was just like, "This
night.
is a bunch of bullshit. I'm not dealing with this."
He was like, "No one, like, he's not actually going to show up here unless he is really stupid."
Yeah, I mean, he could have been.
He could have been.
Apparently, there was like, I'm not sure if it was verified or not, but apparently Zodiac did try to call in but couldn't because Sam was talking.
That is so funny. If that's
also,
like
should be emphasized
thing.
that Sam during the call hung up like a total of 15 times.
Oh,
so it wasn't just like a hung up once and then continued talking. No, he repeatedly kept hanging up, and apparently it went on for like hours or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of it didn't make air, including the scream that you hear in it. The scream did happen, but it didn't make air. From what I can tell.
Okay.
So.
But again, he was calling from like a mental hospital, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Could have been another inmate or another
Or it could have just been
yeah.
him just screaming into the phone because he's probably fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So.
And then we get, I think at this point, we get a time jump to 2.5 weeks later. Again, I'm still trying to keep up with these, but they don't really matter. But there's more letters and more codes coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, Paul and Robert decide to go and have some fruity drinks together.
Sorry, I just fucking hit my mic.
You just hit our audience just right in the face.
I'm sorry, guys. It was my headache. No, yeah, they're kind of having drinks or, again, discussing the Zodiac case and stuff like that. Again... none of this has ever happened.
Yeah.
Any interaction that you see between Robert Graysmith and Paul Avery never happened.
They weren't pals. They weren't drinking buddies.
No. But again, like, we get some good acting here from Robert Downey Jr. Like,
oh, yeah.
Dude, I love RDJ.
Oh, he's great.
I know he's kind of oversaturated with the Marvel stuff nowadays, but, like, he's a really good actor.
He is.
It's a shame that for the longest time, his drug and alcohol problem like made him unemployable for the most part, but I think
I'm glad that he got through it.
Oh yeah, he got through it. I think I heard on a different podcast I listened to that Robert Downey Jr. is like the worst poster child for like drugs, of just like do drugs for your life and you can become like an A-list movie star.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he should be a poster child of getting out.
Yeah, he should
of them.
What I love is Robert Downey Jr.'s story of just like when he decided to sober up. Like he was at like a real low point at his life. And so like he was just at a Burger King at one point.
Hell yeah.
And he was eating a Burger King burger and he just came to the realization of just like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? And decided to sober up. That's why I
wonder if he's ever eaten Burger King since then.
I mean,
it brings him back to that moment.
In the first Iron Man movie, Tony Stark asked for a burger, and the burgers he's eating are Burger King burgers. So
shout out.
If you take that he's actually eating the burgers in that scene, then yeah, he has had Burger King since.
Okay.
So. But yeah, they're talking because Robert.
They're talking some codes.
They're talking some codes. Paul asked Robert to like, hey, we need to get some drinks at this local bar called Morty's, which is spelled MOTRI''S. Mm-hmm. It's kind of spelled in a way as like Mortis for death. So okay. Really fun detail there.
Fun little detail.
Death bar.
Death bar. As they're getting the fruitiest little drinks.
An aqua. I can't remember what it's called. It's like an aqua velva or something like that.
I think that sounds right.
But I just love how Paul Avery is just like, this can no longer be ignored. What is that you're drinking?
I thought that was a very, very Robert Downey Jr. line to say.
I mean, essentially, Robert Downey Jr. is playing, like, you can kind of see Tony Stark in all this because it kind of just, like, it's Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
But again, I think it works for Paul Avery in this movie.
No, it's like, it's nice. And
I also like how the drink is, like, the brightest color
out of like
all
this, like,
the colors
nice,
in the room.
Nice
so.
bright blue. All the other colors are like dark, very dingy.
Dark greens and browns and grays and stuff like that.
It's in this nice little curvy little glass.
It's
it has
got a little
umbrella.
lemon.
Yeah. Some garnish.
But I love it because he's just like, here, you should try it. And then, like, he does try it and then smash cut to, like, a bunch of them just around there and they're just fucking drunk.
Several of them later. Because Jake Gyllenhaal says, he's like, you wouldn't be looking at me like that once you drink this. Mm-hmm. And then they had a bunch of them and they were talking code.
Great comedic cut. I love it. Mm-hmm. It makes me laugh every single time.
No, I thought that was a nice little comedic relief.
Let me turn the page of my notes.
But yeah, they're talking codes. I don't really know if anything like super crazy important happens because it seems
really.
like it's just them trying to decipher the next code.
I mean,
and,
not
like, how
really.
he's good
Like
at it.
Robert Graysmith just explains how you can solve a cipher like this, like how the couple were able to solve it.
Because you knew that kill was going to be in there, so
or
you
like
look at the
most,
double words.
You know the most commonly used double letter is the L, and you know Zodiac's going to write kill in the letter, so it's like you can kind of solve the cipher from there. And they also bring up that some of the symbols are like medieval, like, and Robert Graysmith brings it up. He's just like, it's from the Zodiac cipher or something like that.
Like the cipher's literally called Zodiac.
I mean, this movie's gonna propose like a lot of different theories as to where Zodiac got his name and symbol, and I think they're like real life like theories about. Because, like, we never caught Zodiac. We don't know definitively where he got his name. So it's like
what his mindset was.
There could be, like, a plethora of different ways he could have gotten his name. I like to think it was, like, the Zodiac watch. Mm-hmm. Because, like, that's a very coincidence that it's, like, the Zodiac watch, and it's got literally the symbol of the Zodiac there, too. Like, I feel like he took that.
I really liked the film one.
The film one's good too.
I like that because it's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
And like
it's
you
not
wouldn't,
obvious.
Yes, like you don't look at it like that right away. And I was like, ooh, I forgot that was a thing. I was like, I like that one too.
I also kind of don't like the idea that it's a gun sight.
I'm not a huge fan of that either. It just seems, like you said, a little obvious. As well.
Yeah, and also going to like Most Dangerous Game, the villain in that, his first name begins with a Z, is Zaroff. So they're just like, oh, maybe he took Zodiac as like, oh, this could be my name, sort of thing.
I could be the Zodiac.
Like he's Zodiac. Henry over there.
Henry's
the Zodiac killer, guys.
Oh my god. What an accusation.
We can confirm it. We don't know where he was in 1969. He wasn't alive, so...
But okay, yeah, and then jump cut another 1.5 months later.
Kind of. We also get this whole interaction between them of just like Paul Avery's just like, "What's in it for you? What business?"
Oh, is this when he says what business?
And Robert Graysmith is just like, "Business? What are you talking about? I'm only just gonna write one of the most popular true crime novels ever."
He's like, "I'm just a good guy.
I'm just a good guy. I'm innocent of everything.
Innocent.
And I'm right about everything."
Exactly. But yeah, we're like 1.5 months later now. It's Christmas.
Mm-hmm. I wrote in my notes, Merry Chrysler.
Merry Chrysler.
Merry Christmas.
This is the point where I'm really starting to lose it, because in my notes I just write more talking.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of also, like, there is a scene in between there where Toschi brings up that, one of the Zodiac letters brings up the basement.
The basement.
And not very many houses in California have basements, which is true.
Yeah, and then they were talking about, like, I don't know if they talk about this now or later, but they talk about like finding all the houses like around that area that have basements and trying to...
that was something that they do of just like, okay, if there's not very many basements in Vallejo, go through like every house and see how many of them have basements.
Do they ever like triangulate like
I mean,
I would assume they.
I mean, Arthur Lee Allen lived in his mom's basement, so
Yeah, because I was like, usually in like true crime, they'll take like where the victims, like where the murders happen, triangulate it, and be like, okay, the killer probably is gonna live in like this sector.
I mean,
and
maybe,
then like
but then you
take
have to take him.
the basements and stuff. But then I don't know
You
how
have to
far
take
away.
into account because it's like Zodiac was doing his killings in different.
See, that's why I was like, I don't know
districts.
how far away all of these were from each other.
Actually, I can look into this.
Is there a
book.
map?
This book actually has a map.
Ooh, okay.
in
Maybe
it.
they have a triangulation. Say
In
that
relation, like
several
a lot of
times.
these murders took place pretty close. So hold on, turn my mic this way. So you can see you have the December 20th, 1968. That was Betty Lou Jensen and Dave Faraday.
Mm-hmm.
Not too far away is when Darleen Ferrin and Mike Mageau were shot.
Okay.
They were pretty close to each
Yeah.
other. But then you have like the Lake Berryessa ones
Yeah,
that
that's
happen
way
all the way
up
up here.
there.
And then you have the Paul Stein one that happens all the way down here.
Mm,
It's hard to kind of triangulate where
Yeah.
it might be. You can assume that maybe it happens close to
in that
here.
area, yeah, where the
Um,
first couple happened.
But then you also kind of take into account just like there could have been a previous murder that happened in Riverside in
Mm.
1966, and that's even further away than all of this. It's just like it's hard to triangulate when you have
Yeah.
these murders taking place in all different parts of California.
I was
so-
wondering like how far they were.
But again, like you could narrow a lot of houses. Like if you believe he
Mhm.
actually has a basement,
basement
you
thing.
could narrow down because again, California, not very many basements.
No, not at
Unlike
all.
here, where it's just like basements everywhere because we live in Tornado Alley,
Tornado Alley, baby.
which is a shame. This house does not have a basement, so
I mean, I live in an apartment. I don't have a basement either,
yeah,
so
that's true. Oh,
we'll just
shit.
die. Oh well.
That is
Uh,
if we ever get tornadoes. They happen rarely around here anymore.
I mean, that's fine with me. I don't need one.
me neither, actually.
Fine with not. Yeah, going with that.
But yeah, it's Christmas and we're at Melvin Belli's house because he got a Zodiac letter.
Okay.
This is true. Melvin Belli did get a Zodiac letter with some of Paul Stein's shirt in it. I don't know if this actual scene happened of him like reading the letter to all of his guests and stuff
Mhm.
like that. But yeah, Melvin Belli did get a letter from Zodiac. So,
Okay.
and this is when he's just like, "This is a look into this man's soul. Like
Yeah.
he's compelled to murder and stuff like that." And I love Dave Toschi. He's just like, maybe he just likes the attention, which is probably
It seems
that pretty much seems like Zodiac's MO is just he loves attention.
he needs the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Does anything else happen? Because
No, because the
I
next
have a
thing that happens
time
after
jump.
this is the abduction of Kathleen Johns.
Okay, because I have like 2.5 more months later. I think.
I
said
think so,
question mark.
roughly.
Um,
Again, take all of this scene with a grain of salt because this may not have been Zodiac at all, and more than likely it wasn't Zodiac. He probably just took credit for this.
It
and-
seems very much not like something he would do.
No, and also B, it's even contested if this ever happened at all, or
Oh,
if Kathleen
interesting.
Kathleen Johns was just doing it to like get her kind of 15 minutes of fame. Allegedly over everything.
Yeah.
It very well could have happened. That's just something that I've heard online that is a theory thrown out.
Okay.
But more than likely, this is not Zodiac's doing.
Okay.
The only thing that ties this to Zodiac is one, he mentions it in one of his letters, but at that point it was already mentioned in the newspaper, so it's like he could have just taken credit for it.
Yeah.
And number two, when Kathleen Johns saw the composite picture of Zodiac, she identified that as the person who abducted her. But at the same time, it was at night. Maybe you didn't really get a good look at the guy, and maybe he kind of looked like that.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Okay. But yes, so this woman is getting pulled over.
Mhm. Because apparently, according to him, her tire is kind of wobbling.
It's being a little loose, and he
Mhm.
says,
Which I feel like if you're in a car and your tire's wobbling, you can kind of tell that that's happening.
Oh, from someone who has had many tire issues in their life,
Oh,
me,
same. Mm-hmm.
you can definitely feel it.
I mean, even if you get a nail in your tire, if you have your windows down, you can fucking hear it.
I had my whole entire, like, the tire, the rubber part coming off of the rim.
Oh, I've had that happen to me too. Yeah.
You could feel that. The whole car.
Oh, like, yeah. The car shakes. Yeah.
Interesting. Flat tires. Like, you can hear that shit. You can feel it in your bones, in your heart, in your ass.
Feel it in my sphincter.
Yeah, no, it is. It's there. You can, like, when you have tire issues, it's in the sphincter. But this.
They should put that on all Michelin's ads.
They should. I haven't.
Got tire issues? You can feel it in your sphincter.
It's true. But this
put it up your ass, Cam. Referring back to our hymn episode, yeah.
You put this tire up your ass, Cam.
Pop this tire in your pussy.
Oh man, have y'all listened to the hymn episode? If you haven't, we talk about putting things up your ass in your pussy.
Yeah, listen to that episode. Don't watch the movie. So.
Oh yeah, there's no point of that. But so the woman's like, "Oh, okay, interesting," and he's like, "Don't worry,
I got your back. I'll
fix it
up
for you." I'm like, I do not trust that man as far as I can throw him.
I put in my notes the 70s were a time of trusting. But I mean, it's incidents like this is the reason why we're so like skeptical and hesitant to help people. Because it's like, naturally, you want to be trusting of people, but then they fucking do shit like this.
But then you have all of these, like, serial killers that happened, like, in the 70s. Yeah, and it's like, not going to trust anyone, actually.
I mean, serial killers...
I'll call AAA.
Serial killers aren't really a thing anymore, really. Are they?
I don't know, but
they're not as highly publicized.
Don't know if we should say that.
Yeah.
Might jinx us.
I'm just saying... They used to be like huge in the 70s and 80s. They got like huge publicized like papers printed about them, but nowadays not really.
I feel like people are more alert and a little more safe. There's a lot of people with like security systems now. Like you can't really go into people's houses like how like the Night Stalker was doing and whatnot.
We're fortunately and unfortunately in a surveillance state. So.
Yes, yeah. And I feel like now people are a lot less trusting as well, you know.
Also, it can also boil down that we don't give them fun nicknames anymore, so the Seashore Strangler or something like that.
Dude,
like,
yeah, the fact that like I don't know, it's such an interesting thing that we do give serial killers like names like that and not just like
that being said, Zodiac gave him his own name.
True.
So did Jack the Ripper.
So
actually there's so many weird parallels between Zodiac and Jack the Ripper when you look at them side by side. Like they both gave themselves their names. They both canonically only killed 5 people, although speculated they could have killed more. Both of them taunted the police, and both of them were never caught. And also they both mostly killed women.
Yes.
So weird how both of them weirdly line up.
That is interesting. But yeah, so this woman's like, okay, yeah, like you can help me out. And then we get a shot of her baby that's just chilling in the seat next to her, which again, very like of the time period.
Also, I don't think the movie really, I can't really tell, but in the book and I think in real life, she is also pregnant.
Oh, is she? Yeah. Okay, she was very much not in the movie.
Not that I could tell, but then again, you never get a side profile
shot,
of her. So, also this actress, I don't know if you thought it, but like she looks like an older version of the girl that plays Hannah in 13 Reasons Why.
Oh,
don't you kind of see it? Kind of a little bit.
I don't remember what she looks like, but
let me see.
Do you have a picture?
I mean, maybe.
Okay. Hold on, everyone who's listening or watching. Cody is scrolling through the Wikipedia.
Maybe kind of a little bit.
I can kind of see it. Not so much, because in that photo she has like shorter hair. It's like pulled back.
Yeah. I don't know. When I was watching this movie at first, I was just like, how do I know her? And then I go through like, I go through her like filmography and it's like I haven't seen a single fucking thing that she's been in except for 2 movies and I don't remember her in it. And then I just got in my mind, it's like she looks like the girl that plays like an older version of the girl who plays Hannah in 13 Reasons Why.
Okay.
So it made me think it's like, is it her mom or something?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Who is this woman?
I went into my own Zodiac, like just like connecting dots here and there.
It's like, no, they just look similar, actually.
No, they just kind of look the same.
But, after the man leaves, he appears to have driven off. And so she pulls back onto the road.
And then her fucking full tire falls off.
See, now you can see that, yeah, like you could feel a tire probably
coming off.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Like that's what a fucked up tire feels like.
Especially you'll know when like fucking sparks are flying in the back of your car.
Yes, her whole tire's off, and then the man just
comes back and he's like, "Man, it must have been worse than." I'm doing my 50s impression. It must have been worse than I thought. I can take you to a nearby filling station.
Yeah, he's like, let's go, and she's like, oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, she's just like, I don't really have another option, so yeah.
Yeah, you just fucked up my tire. And she brings in her baby with her, and he immediately is like,
"Oh, you have a baby?"
He's like, "I didn't know you had a baby." And she's like, "Is that a problem?" And I'm like, "Okay, don't get in the car with him."
I mean, can you imagine if you're just like, "Yeah, that is a fucking problem. You sit at the side of the road. I'm going now."
I would be like, you know what? I'm gonna take my chances.
But no, he says more the merrier.
Yeah, and then he tells her that he's going to kill her.
Okay,
and
so
throw her baby out the window.
When I first saw this, I love this scene, by the way, of just like it's so matter of fact and just like casual. Because
he's like stating like it's like as if you were like, okay, so I'm going to drive you here, drop you off, and then this is what's going to happen. Like, it's just very much like he's just stating facts.
Verbatim, the line is, before I kill you, I'm going to throw your baby out the window. What I love that the movie does is, like, there's no music, and it holds on that moment for just a second, and then the music comes back in as we're fading out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like, the first time I saw this scene, it literally sent chills down my spine.
No, I watched this, and I was like, oh, I don't remember this.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what's going on here.
Again, this was reported accurate in real life, although the line is kind of different. What is it? After a while of driving, first of all, she's quiet for a while before saying, like, do you go around helping people and stuff like that? The actual line he says is like, I'm going to have to kill you now, right? Or something like that. And then says, I'm going to throw your baby out the window. So
I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But she ends up
escaping.
Jumping out of the car.
She jumps out of the car with the baby. Interesting detail here. The movie doesn't really emphasize it, but the book goes into detail. Because you see the semi-truck and the guy is already there. Mm-hmm. But they wait for a woman to pull up to help. That's because in real life, the semi-truck driver drove up and tried to help, but she was untrusting of this guy because, like, he's a man.
Yeah.
And I just had a very traumatic experience with the man. So you stay there until a woman pulls up, and then I'll let you help me, sort of thing.
I mean, fair.
Yeah,
honestly,
fair, yeah.
Because it's just like, men are not to be trusted. Not strange men. Sorry, Cody. Especially strange, like 6'7" men.
I mean, to be fair, I don't trust myself, so I get you. Based. Yeah.
So yeah. But apparently, does anything else happen after this? Like they go, they help her.
Yeah.
She had hit her baby.
She had hit her baby. Very smart. Very smart to hide the baby
she
because
was scared that he was going to come back.
Much come back. So.
Yeah.
I would try to leave some kind of note in the trees to be like, hey, my baby's here, just in case, like, you die and then someone has to come by. Because otherwise, you're kind of just leaving your baby out in the middle of a field to die.
In hopes that, like, someone would come across. But it's like, she's, like, off, like, a interstate or something, or a highway.
Something like that. But then we get really cool montage of just, like, some time passing. We get like intercuts with like newspaper and Zodiac
It's like 30 days later, 8 days later. There's so many time jumps during this.
And again, this is a period of time in real life where Zodiac is just fucking writing to the paper, just
lots
nonstop.
of letters.
Some of the letters, I've read them. They're really funny of just like, have you caught me yet? My name is this, and then writes a cipher, just like egging on the police to just be like, come on, come catch me.
Yeah. Like I'm right here. I'm telling you who I am.
Very much just like trying to get their attention, trying to stay relevant.
Na boo boo. Can't
Which
catch
again,
me.
Zodiac at this point, he stopped killing, so he's just trying anything he can to stay relevant.
Yep.
Which will lead into our scene where it's just like we learned Zodiac took credit for Kathleen John's abduction. And the way that we figure out about it is because everything Zodiac wrote in the letter about it was already published in the newspaper. And also, like, it was a month later. So,
yeah.
And then he finally brings it up.
He's like, by the way, it's like, that's definitely not his MO, because he's usually immediately after it happens, he calls and says something.
But then again, Zodiac breaks his patterns, so maybe not. I don't know. Again,
but it just seems...
Again, nothing can be definitive about Zodiac. Maybe he did this, maybe he didn't. More than likely, he did not.
Yeah, but then I also have in my notes that like Robert and Paul are talking about different cases and how there's not really a way to be able to connect.
No, because Zodiac
of...
was taking credit for things that were already in the newspaper. One of them was the killing of a San Francisco police officer. Again, happened in real life. They had a guy in custody, but Zodiac took credit for it anyway. And this is also where we get Paul Avery brings up the Zodiac watch.
Yes.
He has a newspaper, not really a newspaper, a magazine ad for the Zodiac watch. And it's just like, this is the only time where that word and that symbol have appeared together before Zodiac started doing his stuff.
And so he's like, this has to be something.
Which, by the way, I looked into it. Yeah, Zodiac watches rebranded after that.
I'm sure they did.
I'm pretty sure they rebranded to Fossil watches, which is the type of watch I have.
Ooh, so, fossil watch.
A fossil watch.
Ooh, so fancy.
And we get some great acting in this scene from Robert Downey Jr. I love it. Like, he's just standing there and he gives a great line. He's just like, I'm going to stand here and attempt not to vomit.
Yeah.
Again, Robert Downey Jr. is great here. And I think he plays drunk so well because he's probably, like, again, taking from his own life and just, like, putting it up on screen.
Is this also the scene when he gets, Paul himself gets the card? The little letter with the shirt in it? Or do things happen before then?
No. So we do get this scene. First, like, Robert Graysmith is getting coffee and they drop the hard R word.
Oh, yeah.
Not the N word, the other R word.
Yes.
Because apparently a bunch of people were calling Robert Graysmith that.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, that's actually crazy.
But we do get, like, a good comedic scene of just, like, Robert Graysmith asking Paul, just like, hey, do people call me names around the office? And Robert Graysmith is like, you mean like this? And he's like, yeah. And he's just like, no.
No. I was like, all right, Robert Downey Jr., that's funny.
But yes, this is where Paul Avery gets the piece of bloody shirt from Zodiac. What I love about this is the greeting card he gets is very accurate to how it looked in real life.
It's like a little Halloween card, right?
Mm-hmm. And also, I believe Matt Reeves said, like, this movie and this scene particular is what he took for inspiration for the Batman, for the Riddler. Oh. Because the beginning of that movie, the Riddler also has, like, a fucking, like, greeting card that he taunts Gotham Police Department with.
Interesting. So. Okay. And I was going to ask, because... is there a reason why Paul was targeted at this point?
I mean, because Paul Avery, at this point in real life, was investigating Zodiac and writing about him. And again, like, he wrote
the homosexual
thing.
So. Okay. So he just was like, because Zodiac's like, I'm going to rile someone up.
Interesting, though, Paul Avery in real life, from what Robert Graysmith said, didn't have necessarily this kind of reaction. He was just more, like, kind of surprised that it happened and just, like, not really in fear of his life of Zodiac doing anything because, again, Zodiac makes a bunch of like baseless threats.
Yeah, well, because immediately Robert Downey Jr. is like, I need a gun.
Yeah, which, by the way, in real life, the police actually give him the gun. He doesn't ask for it in real life.
Oh, okay.
Like, the police are just like, here, just have this to protect yourself. So
crazy police used to just give out guns like that. That's wild.
And then it leads into, like, the gun range scene. I love it that Paul Avery's just a fucking terrible shot.
He's just pop, pop, pop.
He's
pop,
just
pop.
hitting anything but the target.
Yes. I'm like, maybe you need some more practice.
And Robert Graysmith is wearing the I'm not Paul Avery button, which those were real buttons in real life that the people at the Chronicle wore. So
I'm not Paul Avery.
I'm not Paul Avery. So yeah.
Did Paul Avery not wear one because he was Paul Avery?
I think so. I don't know.
How strange. Okay.
Well, I think it was just a joke of just like, if Zodiac comes in, I'm not Paul Avery.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Oh my
I think
God.
it was more of a joke than anything.
That's funny.
But yeah, this is where we learned Robert Graysmith. He's got a little date coming.
He has a date. He's going on a date.
My boy Robert Graysmith fucks.
He fucks. And he's going on a date with the girl from American Horror Story.
Yes, I said her name earlier. Chloe Sevigny. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced.
I don't know either.
But I love her look in this. She's very typical, like 70s kind of shy girl, glasses and everything like that.
I don't know if she's in the first American Horror Story. I know for sure she's in the second one.
You know what's funny is I recognize this actress, but I don't remember her from American Horror Story.
Or wait, what's the second?
She was in American
American Horror Story?
Psycho. She plays
was she?
Patrick Bateman's secretary that he goes on to, or like tries to like date.
Is American Horror Story? What season is the one in the asylum?
Oh, American Horror Story Asylum.
But like, is it the second
It's
or
the
third
second
season? Is it the
season,
second?
yeah.
Okay, so she is in the second one. Okay, good. Because that's the one with the nuns and the aliens, right?
Yeah, the weird, like that's probably my favorite season
I do
of
really like
American
that
Horror
one.
Story. But to me, I'm just like, the aliens were not needed.
You
Like,
know,
there's so much other crazy shit going on. There's a serial killer. There's zombies. There's evil priests. It's like, you don't need to fucking throw aliens
there's a
in there
possession
too.
going on.
Yeah, that's true. One of them is possessed.
Yeah,
That is correct.
They really just threw a lot in that show.
That's just Ryan Murphy, just like fucking throw anything at the wall and see
That's
what
a
sticks.
good one. But anyways, yeah, so he's on a little date with her.
It's not going very well. First of all, he's late.
He's an idiot. Yes, he is late by like 20 or 30 minutes, isn't it?
I don't know, because she just says, I've only been here a couple minutes, but I feel like she was just kind of being polite.
I thought she said, I've only been here 20 minutes.
If she did say that, I didn't catch it. So,
but he is immediately kind of.
he's very awkward and very just like bumbling over and stuff like that. And I was watching this scene and I was just like, oh no, this is probably what I'm like on a date. Oh no,
it's
I'm
me.
him.
Well, because then like he says something about how Paul, like he starts talking about the Zodiac.
Well,
right?
it's because like he mentions he's late because he was at a gun range, and she's just like, "You're a cartoonist. Why were you at the gun range?" And that's when he brings up just like, "I was with Paul Avery. He's working on Zodiac and stuff like that." So,
and she's like, "Don't you think it's like not safe for him to go? Because like because Paul Avery
gets an anonymous tip,
yes,
from someone who's trying to connect a previous murder to Zodiac. So yeah, Paul Avery's going down, which by the way, in real life, didn't happen.
Okay.
Like Paul Avery did get a tip about Mary Jo Bates, who we're going to learn about in connection to Zodiac, but he didn't do this whole going down to a sketchy part of town and it might be dangerous. It's just like he got a letter in the mail.
Yeah. Okay.
But you have to build tension somehow in a movie where, based on real life, there isn't much tension, especially since we've now moved past the murders and everything like that. So.
True. But yeah, she's like, don't you think it's dangerous that he's going alone by himself?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no.
He's like, no, he's got a gun. It's fine. And then I love it because like
sits there.
He's sitting there and you can see in his head of just turning and just like, oh shit, yeah, it is very dangerous.
Yeah, and the waiter comes over, tries to take their order.
He's trying to find change because he wants to go make a call now.
And she's like, maybe come back. And she's like, do you like? And then he asks her like, do you have change? And she's like, do you need to make a phone call?
Fucking wild on your first date to just be like, you got some change.
You have some money on you. She then is like, all right. So they go. She gives him change. He goes and calls
his wife,
Paul's wife. She
or
says he's not
girlfriend.
there.
I don't know if Paul Avery
maybe it's
was
just
married.
his girlfriend.
I think it was just his girlfriend. I can't remember.
But he's not there, and she said she'll have him call him back whenever he gets home.
Yeah, and he's like, I should go home and wait for that call. And she's just like, is this like some sleazy way to get me to go home with you?
He's like, what? No.
Like, what? No, I'm the wholesome, innocent boy, Robert Graysmith.
He's like, you are literally the last thing on my mind right now, even though you're right here in front of me. I don't even care. And she's like,
how she's
all
just
right.
like, all right, I'll take the food to go. We'll talk about it, but what's her name? The character
that Chloe plays?
Yeah. Mulaney Graysmith. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She is a very understanding woman.
Oh my
Very
God, for years she was an understanding woman. I can't believe it.
I mean, at the same time, we get the reason why she stayed on the date is because it is a very interesting date. They are covering Zodiac.
I mean, I suppose I wouldn't be into that, but maybe she's a little curious too. But
I don't know. This whole scene just gave me a little insight to myself. It's just like, oh man, it's a good thing I don't go on dates too often because I'd probably be like this.
You said you bring your whole like notebook of Zodiac stuff. So, anyways, this is what I got.
It wouldn't be that, but it would be a lot of talking about movies and shit like that. Did you know in Lord of the Rings when Viggo Mortensen kicked that helmet, he really broke his toe?
Like what? I've never heard that fun fact before.
Did you know every scene in every movie is improvised according to the internet?
Did you know that this scene was improvised? Oh my God. But yeah, and then now we're back with RDJ.
Mm-hmm. He figured out that this murder of Mary Jo Bates from 1966 could potentially be connected to Zodiac. I do love this moment because Robert Downey Jr. is kind of hamming it up on the radio section because he's just like, and the prints match the Zodiacs. Like he's really like just giving it his all there. I kind of love it.
Giving his all.
Now, again, it's highly contested if Mary Jo Bates was a Zodiac kill. Some people believe it, some people don't. The similarities between the two cases are striking, of just like the letters being written to the family members, the style in which it was like she was murdered and stuff like that. It's just like, it's close. But again, nothing can be definitively tied because Zodiac never brought it up.
True.
And he's very, like, for a guy who takes credit for things he didn't do, it's weird that there's this thing that he did and never brought it up.
And didn't bring it up, exactly.
Especially in the earlier part of Zodiac's, like, writing, you would think he would have brought it up.
Yeah.
As a murder he did, but he never did. So to me, it just tells me Zodiac more than likely had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I feel like I'm probably leaning more that way too.
Mm-hmm. Also, something that never happened, I don't think this animosity between Toschi and Paul Avery really happened in real life.
Well, yeah, there's like a whole thing.
Because like Toschi feels like he's been fucked.
Yeah.
Because like there's this breaking information about the Zodiac that hit the news. And, like, he's not involved.
And he's the one that's on the case.
And he's the one on the case. So
it kind of fucked him up.
He goes down to Riverside to investigate himself to see, like, is this Zodiac? Is this not?
Yeah.
And, as he's leaving, he runs into Paul Avery. And they kind of get into it. And
they do.
And, like, Toschi brings up a good point. He's just like, not only are you panicking people, but now Riverside can't properly investigate this because they think it might be Zodiac.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, a guilty person might go free because, like, they're probably looking for Zodiac.
They're focusing on this.
Rather than it's probably this guy who actually did it.
Yeah.
So.
Oof. There was a
Crazy.
scene at some point where they were smoking on a plane. I thought that was crazy. Did you see?
Oh yeah,
that?
because it was the 70s and you can do that. Literally over the intercom, they're just like, the back rows are smoking only.
Yes.
Mhm.
So now we're getting a series of like false confessions, false leads.
I do love this of just like a bunch of like crazies just coming out and just being like,
Well, I'm the Zodiac killer.
yeah, it's just like, I can't believe this guy cut off all the hands of like his victims. And Bill Armstrong's just like, Zodiac never cut off any hands.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? My favorite one in this is just like the guy who's just like, my friend gets his foot crushed at the factory that we work at, and then a week later the killings start. Coincidence?
It's like, I think, yeah, actually.
I also love the old lady who's just like, have you ever thought that maybe Paul Avery is the killer? And Toschi is just like, frequently.
Frequently. But yeah, we get like a string of that, which honestly, again, that happens unfortunately in large cases.
People want their 15 minutes
They
of fame.
do, and it's disgusting.
It's so weird that you would want to be like thought of as a serial killer. I don't understand that.
Like, if that's something you're compelled to do,
Don't do
you
it.
need help yourself.
Go see a therapist.
Please, because it's like you are taking away from the investigation. Like, they have to hear out all of these, like, you know, possible leads or possible suspects. And it's like, you're taking away time that they could be used on
To actually find the guy.
Yeah, and it's like, but it's just random fucking people being like, oh, I had a vision of this, or oh, I'm the one who did it, or
My
oh,
favorite
this,
thing,
that.
my favorite thing in any true crime case I ever hear about is when they bring in psychics. It's really funny because like you go back to older like investigations, there's always like each one of them is always
a
just
psychic.
like, we brought in a psychic.
Or a psychic came to us.
Yeah. In fact, even in the book, there's a few people that like the police like did hypnotism on. So I don't understand because I don't think it leads to anything conclusive.
No. And I mean, now that wouldn't hold up in court whatsoever.
Can you imagine if our local police are just like, yeah, we're trying to find like this guy who killed this other guy, so we brought in a psychic.
I'd be like, what?
I'd be like, what is my tax dollars paying for right now?
Exactly.
But we get one actual like possible lead.
They get a lead, yeah.
This is where we get the introduction of, not introduction, but we get first hearings of Arthur Lee Allen.
Bum, bum, bum.
Which, by the way, in the book, they changed the names of some of these characters because they were still alive at the point this book was published. Arthur Lee Allen was still alive at the time, and of course you have to change the name because you're accusing someone of being a serial killer, so you have to.
Yeah, you can't really say, allegedly this man did it, and then write their full government name.
Yeah.
Can't really do that.
In the Zodiac book, he is referred to as Robert Bob Starr. So
Robert Bob Starr.
Bob
Starr.
Bob Starr.
It's literally
well, it's in quotations Bob, like a nickname.
Okay. I thought it was like Robert middle name Bob.
No.
Okay, so Bob Starr.
They do give his like a fake middle name in the book, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay.
But yeah,
Patrick Starr. That's basically who they said did it.
No, this is Patrick. I'm not the Zodiac killer.
Oh man, that's funny.
But no, anytime you hear about Robert Starr in the book, he's talking about Arthur Lee Allen. And what's interesting, because we spend so much time on Arthur Lee Allen in this movie, you'd think he would have more prevalence in this book, but he doesn't. He doesn't really get brought up until near the end of the book.
Yeah.
It's really in Zodiac Unmasked that Robert Graysmith really goes into why he thinks Arthur Lee Allen is the Zodiac killer. And a lot of it is this friend that Arthur had that like comes out and confesses like, oh, Arthur told me like he's mad about being like being accused of essaying children. Yeah, okay. I know, right? Jeez. We got pedophilia.
Yeah.
He said he was going to go around killing people, calling himself Zodiac and stuff like that. Almost seems too good to be true. Almost like maybe this confession was bullshit in real life.
Yeah.
Because I think I had heard somewhere that it was contested that this friend came out mainly because maybe Arthur Lee Allen like essayed his child.
And he was like, I'm going to
And
make
like
sure.
maybe framed Arthur Lee Allen. Because again, a lot of the stuff that's brought up here and brought up in the book seems too good to be true.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, yeah, he's going to call himself Zodiac. He's going to tie like a flashlight to his gun and he's going to kill randomly so that way police can't find me and stuff like that.
And he just told me all of this.
He just told me all this. And even in the movie they bring out, he's just like, I read it in the newspaper and it all just came back to me. It's just like, how much of this can you believe and stuff like that.
I do remember that because they're like, why didn't you say something before? And he said, well, I saw it in the newspaper and then it just came back. And they're like,
I mean, he did call the police, but they kind of just brushed it off at the time.
Yeah.
So.
But this is when we first hear about someone being ambidextrous. Ambidextrous.
Which
I put two X's in that. I don't know if
I can't remember if the book actually confirms if he's ambidextrous or not. I think it's much like in the movie of just like people thought he was ambidextrous, but actually he wasn't. His teachers tried to make him be it, but he's really left-handed.
I mean, that was like such a thing back in the day for some reason.
I mean,
that like no one wanted people to be left-handed.
Yeah, that's true. They saw the sign of the devil.
Which is just like...
You're left-brained. You must be Satan's spawn.
Like, who? I'm an owl.
Who are you? Who?
But it's like literally, who fucking made that a thing?
And who cares, like, if a person's left-handed? Like,
It's just so odd that someone saw someone writing with their left hand and just said, I'm going to make it so that everyone thinks that that's evil and of the devil.
I'm going to make a workplace so toxic no one can write left-handed.
Yeah, it's like, what? It's like, this is crazy.
But yeah, they Toschi, Bill Armstrong, they're trying to like look into it, and they go down and they actually interview Arthur Lee Allen.
Yes, they do,
and this is when we get him. John Lynch Carroll playing Arthur Lee Allen, amazing actor. He kind of just shows up randomly and stuff. He was also in American Horror Story. He played Twisty the Clown in season 4.
He was Twisty?
Yep, he was Twisty the Clown.
What a sad story Twisty had.
I never finished that season, so I don't remember what it was.
Well, at one point...
I just know that he was the scariest thing that American Horror Story ever did, in my opinion. Twisty the Clown fucking unnerves me.
He was so depressed, because I think he was just trying to make kids happy. Something had happened in his life and he got like super depressed and he tried like offing himself.
And that's why he's missing his jaw.
And that's why he's missing his jaw. Okay. And it's so sad because he survived that like horrible thing, but like now he's like has to live with like his jaw being gone. It's so sad.
I'm not going to feel too much sympathy for him because he was killing people.
He was killing people, but it's just like they really did a depressing backstory with Twisty.
But I mostly know this actor. He was in the original Fargo movie. He played the husband of the policewoman in that movie, played by Frances McDormand.
Okay.
So, and he's really good in that. He's just he's the lovable husband who's at home and has a hobby in stamps and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
But no, I enjoy whenever John Lynch Carroll shows up, and he's phenomenal in this movie.
Oh, he does great.
Like, what I love about this scene is the way David Fincher told him to play it was just like, you got to play it like 100% certain that you are not guilty. And he plays exactly that way, because what way would a non-guilty man react to being interviewed again? He'd be fucking annoyed.
Yeah.
And that just makes him look even more guilty.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I've already been asked these questions.
Yeah, he's just like, I told this to the other police officer in Vallejo. Like,
and they're like, wait, which one? Like, who would you tell?
Like, he gets visibly annoyed. He, like, crosses his legs and stuff like that.
He's like, has his arms crossed, too. Yeah.
But that being said, this dude's giving way too much information out.
Absolutely, because he's like, I was only there because of this, and they're like, wait, what?
Well, he said, like, unprompted, he's just like, those knives with the blood in my truck, I only had because I used them to kill a chicken for eating for dinner. So it's like, they didn't ask you anything.
Well, they didn't know about they said, what knives?
Yeah, I love the character is Malinax. He just leans forward and he's just like, what?
Yeah, he's, huh?
Uh-huh.
And he's like, well, yeah, I think my neighbor saw the knives in my car and like probably called it. And he's like, but yeah, like that's the only reason why there's blood. I already told the police this in like Vallejo, and they're like, huh? And he's like, and I was only in that place where that, that other murder happened because of this, and that. Like, so he's putting himself in the same area, in the same places, with a knife, with a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
not only that, but what is he wearing? He is literally wearing a Zodiac
as
watch.
he crosses his arms.
Yeah, he's playing with his watch.
He is kind of like fiddling with it.
Yeah, because that's how Toschi notices it, because he sees him like playing with his watch.
Said, interesting watch you have there. Is that a Zodiac
Also,
watch?
fun little detail about like how truthful Arthur Lee Allen is. He says he's left-handed, but he's wearing his watch on his left hand. Most people wear their watch on their non-dominant hand.
Oh,
so,
interesting. Okay. This
doesn't really mean anything, but like it adds to the confusion.
It does. And then I also like the part when he's saying that he has an alibi for one of the times or something. But the guy who can contest to that, he's dead.
Oh, yeah. He died of a heart attack a week ago, so I didn't think to follow up.
Yeah, sorry. It's like, well, sir, you seem to be incriminating yourself. Like,
I mean, he further incriminates himself. He gets so annoyed at one point, like, he kind of just turns off and he's just like, I'm not the Zodiac. And even if I was, I certainly wouldn't tell you. And it's just like, what innocent man would say that in that way?
Yeah, that's not. You're not looking good right now, dude.
Again, let's take this whole scene with a grain of salt. This is being written by Robert Graysmith.
It's dramatized, most likely.
Well, not only that, but like Robert Graysmith is 100% convinced that Arthur Lee Allen is a Zodiac killer. So, of course, it's going to be framed in a way that, like, it looks too good to be true.
Yeah.
Like, he's giving way too much information. He's in all these places at all these times. He looks like the Zodiac killer.
Yeah.
David Toschi will even say he wishes he could have arrested him right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, take this with a grain of salt. None of the physical evidence has ever pointed to Arthur Lee Allen actually being Zodiac. So, more than likely, Arthur Lee Allen wasn't. I don't think he was. Mainly because, none of the physical evidence. And also, he doesn't look like
I
Zodiac.
was going to say, he doesn't look like the sketch.
No. The sketch describes him as having a crew cut, but, like, he's bald.
Yes.
Granted, he could have been wearing a wig, but...
And I know that a lot of people were saying when they saw him, because this is the sketch.
Yeah, this is the sketch.
I might send it to Jade to blow it up.
Jade, put it right here.
There it is. But people said that like he was fine looking guy. Like he was a good looking dude. And I don't know, the other guy, I don't know, he was like balding. Not saying that you can't be a good looking guy if you're balding, but I'm just saying like the fact that they're like,
I mean, The Rock can pull it off, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you're bald, just shave it, baby.
Just shave it. Go full on. Don't be hanging on to that hair. It ain't coming back.
No. Oh, and then I feel for have you seen people get like the hair transplants?
Yeah.
Like when they're like their like head swells so much. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so much
Anytime
pain.
I hear about that, I'm just reminded in Arrested Development when Tobias Funke in that show gets hair transplant. And what's funny is just like the hair rejects the body, so Tobias is like getting sick while the hair is just like healthy and flowing and everything like that. It's really funny.
Oh gosh. But I have next to my notes that Robert Downey Jr. is having a meltdown. Something happened before his meltdown?
Well, I mean, they're trying to get a warrant to look at Arthur Lee Allen as a suspect, but like they don't have enough. Like they got handwriting samples of Arthur Lee Allen and they don't match to Zodiac.
I do remember.
So like Toschi, he's kind of got to move on. And then we get like a cool time lapse of a building being constructed in San Francisco. A good way of showing that time has passed. But yeah, then we get fucking Paul Avery just like he's fucking losing it at this point. Like his life is like kind of going down the drain. He's being chewed out by his boss. From what I can tell, none of this has happened.
Okay. I was wondering, I was like, is any of this real?
Paul Avery did leave the San Francisco Chronicle to go work at the Sacramento Bee, but I don't think he was fired for being like a drunk at work and anything like that.
Okay. Because they are very much framing this is that like Paul has gone a little crazy. Honestly, I don't know why there's this descent into madness from,
well, it's because
Paul.
In the movie they explain it's because Zodiac targeted him.
Is that and now he's just like paranoid? Is that
I think
kind of
so.
it? Okay.
I mean, the main theme of this movie is just like what obsession does to a person.
And like the paranoia and stuff.
Yeah, like I think one of the taglines for this movie is just like there's more than one way that a life can be taken by a killer. So again, like I feel like David Fincher really just had this character go through this to show what that kind of obsession does to a person. But like it feels very insulting to Paul Avery to just be like, and then he went crazy and like became a drunkard,
got fired,
and it's just like that never happened. In fact, Paul Avery actually worked on another like murder case after this that was highly publicized.
Well,
too.
it's just like interesting to me too because honestly, I feel like they didn't show it enough. Because yeah, they showed that he was targeted, he wanted a gun, but I felt like there was just such a jump from like him needing a gun and wanting protection to now he's like at work. Drunk, being yelled at by his boss.
But at the same time, throughout the movie, like you see him, he's constantly drinking. Like I think when the Melvin Belli thing TV show was happening, like Shorty, the guy who brings the coffee, comes up to Paul Avery and it's like, "Here you go, you drunk bastard," or something like that.
I guess, yeah. Maybe they're just like he's already heavily drinking.
And there was a scene, I can't remember when it happens, where Robert Graysmith does find Paul Avery in his car, just like passed out in the back seat, and like beer cans fall out when he opens the door. So the movie does like he gets drunker and drunker as time goes on.
Okay.
Also, I wouldn't doubt that like Robert Downey Jr. wanted this kind of story to kind of tell his story as an actor through Hollywood. And what kind of he had to go through when he had his drug and alcohol problems. So maybe that had something to do with it. But at the same time, I can imagine Paul Avery's family was not happy about this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because like Paul Avery was described as just like a very nice guy and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I'd be a little annoyed if I was portrayed in a movie that I was like a drunk.
Yeah, that you're a drunk and that your like health declined very badly.
Yeah,
in a short amount of time. So
and then this is now the point where I wrote down, I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's so many people in cuts.
Yeah, this is where we get Toschi is now trying to really get a warrant to investigate Arthur Lee Allen.
Yes.
He's going to a second opinion because Sherwood is just like, and it's not your Zodiac. He's trying to get a second opinion. He gets that second opinion. And they get like a bunch of this evidence to get a warrant. And I think I wrote in my notes, this kind of seems flimsy for a warrant.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, me in real life, I know nothing about law. I don't know how it works.
True.
But to me, it's just like I heard all the evidence that they laid out, and I was just like, is that enough for a warrant? It doesn't seem definitive.
Mm-hmm. Well, and there's so many other times where they're like, you don't have enough for a warrant, and this time it's like, well, you do.
Yeah.
It's like,
I don't know.
right.
I don't know how the legal system works. But they get the warrant.
They do.
And they go to Arthur Lee Allen's trailer, which in the book it described that Arthur Lee Allen actually owned like 3 different trailers while also at the same time living at his mom's house.
Okay.
And like the whole dilemma was just like they had a warrant to search a residence, but they can only choose one residence.
Oh,
And
interesting.
so they
Okay.
decided to go to one of his trailers, and I feel like that might have been a mistake. I feel like they should have gone to the mom's house.
Yeah. Because it's just like, that's where he's at most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's lots of
And it
squirrels.
has a basement.
It does have a
Okay,
basement.
so there are a lot of squirrels, and I thought it was weird.
Okay, I was
and
hoping that you looked
quirky.
into that.
Well, in the book, it describes that Arthur Lee Allen is going to school, and he's studying in something in biology
Okay.
and stuff like that. And so, like, he got permission from the university to like dissect squirrels, do like stuff like that. I can't remember specifically, but it's just like in the book, it's described as not being as weird as
He's
you
killing
think.
these squirrels?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's not as weird, but that sounds a little weird.
I know, but when it's like, if that's your primary focus, I wish I could remember what exactly it was.
Did you
he was
dissect
studying.
anything when you were in school?
I think we dissected a frog once.
We dissected pigs, and brother, I could not
We
touch
never did
that
pigs.
thing.
We did frogs. And we had one.
I would have been so sad dissecting a frog.
What was it? We were in zoology once, and our teacher had us do like a collection of bugs and stuff like that. Where we had to.
No.
It's like you essentially get a jar with like alcohol, and you put the bug in, and it like kills them, and then you pin them to like a styrofoam board.
One
or
of the
stuff like that.
what the hell do they call that? It's not taxidermy. I think
Not
it's something
really.
else with bugs.
I mean, yeah, it's something different, but you know what I'm talking
No,
about.
I do.
We had to do that.
I don't like that.
I didn't really like it. I mean, I never picked it up as a hobby. So
I don't think I even like made an incision in the pig that we were dissecting. Like I let the guy that was like my partner at the time, I was like, you can go ahead.
That
and do
being
that.
said, at the
This is
time, I
gross.
kind of felt proud of myself because I was able to find a cicada and put it part of my, because cicadas are hard to find.
Yeah,
So I was able to find one and like have it part of my board.
that's
so.
nice.
No, not really. I killed that cicada.
Oh
so
well, I mean,
that guilt has haunted my conscience for the past 10 years.
I killed it. I murdered it in cold blood. It's family. What was I gonna say? I don't know. Because I also had like an anatomy class,
Mm-hmm.
and I went to see actual cadavers.
Oh shit! I couldn't do that.
Oh,
I could not see real life dead
I
bodies.
almost fainted.
Yeah, I
The
can imagine.
smells that were in there.
Like, huge respect out there for doctors and nurses. Not only for what
Absolutely.
you do, but like I can't even imagine how you can stomach that.
No, literally, they had like the top skin able to.
Yeah, no, not
Yeah,
for me.
and they're like, "Who wants to peel back the skin?" And I was like, "What the fuck?"
I love to imagine that's an old lady and just like, all right, children, let's peel off the skin.
Bro, that was the first time I felt like I was actually really going to faint.
God damn.
It was horrible. I love body horror. I love all
Yeah,
things like gory and stuff.
We're horror
That's
fans.
fake.
Yeah.
That's fake stuff. A real freaking. I was like,
I can watch a woman getting her head pulled through her stomach all day long on
Absolutely.
screen, but like, you show me a real dead body, it's just
Absolutely
like, nah,
not.
keep that thing away from me.
it's disgusting.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
I guess it's not disgusting because I don't say a dead body's disgusting. It's just, it's a lot.
alarming.
It's a lot. It's alarming. Yes, it's a lot. It's not for me
Because it's actual death in front of you. So
yeah, and anyways, so
anyway, we're getting a bit too heavy here. In
we are.
Midnight
They're
Movies.
searching anyways, and they have no gloves on, which I thought was crazy.
Yes, I was just like, none of these fuckers have gloves
They're
on, and they're
just
touching everything.
Touching all of the guns, touching all of his stuff.
I don't know
They're
if that was a mistake in like just the filming. I can't imagine it would because David Fincher is very meticulous with everything.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they weren't wearing gloves.
I was like, did they not wear gloves when they went? Because that's actually insane.
I mean, I would say that fingerprinting wouldn't be a thing, but like they based the whole like Zodiac case around a partial fingerprint.
yeah. So it's like, stop touching it with your fingers.
It's crazy. I guess the idea is just like you can eliminate their fingerprints from any other
I
fingerprints.
guess,
that
but
would
make
be
it
on
easy on the person.
Yeah.
Just don't leave any.
Crazy that none of them are wearing gloves.
Yeah, but
Arthur-
after they do their, well, I guess while they're doing their search,
Arthur Lee Allen comes up.
pulls up.
This is reported to be true. Like, Arthur Lee Allen came home as they were searching.
Can you
his
imagine?
Trailer. Oh, I can't imagine.
Like, coming home and 3 men come out of
3
your
policemen
chair.
who have already been fucking your home up and stuff like
And
that.
they say, "Hey, Arthur, remember us?"
Remember us? I love that line from Toschi of just like, remember us?
I'm like, oh my God.
Now, they cut this from the movie, but apparently, like, they go into, like, they make Arthur, like, write with both hands, like, certain lines and stuff like that, which I feel like that's not 100% reliable because you can just fake your handwriting.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
You would have to take a sample of something he wrote, not knowing that they're going to compare it to something.
Because the way that I have different writing styles. I have writing styles when I'm like in a hurry and I'm just like just jotting stuff down. And then there's writing style where I'm like, I want this to be actually legible.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna write very nicely. So it's like I feel like if you see my handwriting here and I do nicer handwriting, you'd be like, I don't think the same person did that. I don't know if like handwriting analysis can tell.
Look at here. This is my handwriting for these notes. Let's go all the way back to my handwriting for Ed Gein.
Exactly.
And look, you wouldn't necessarily know.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if people would like pick up on that. Yeah, see, like you see my nice little.
Yeah, that looks great. That looks
What's
like shit.
here?
No, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It does. Like sometimes I can't even read what I'm writing. So I don't know, but either way, Ruffalo's pissed.
Yeah, because all the evidence, ballistics, fingerprints, handwriting don't match.
Doesn't match.
I mean, again, if Zodiac was tracing the letters, then you wouldn't get a match. So
yeah.
But yeah, Toschi is pissed because he's just like, I don't know if I wanted Arthur Lee Allen to be the Zodiac because I think it was him, or I just want this all to be over.
And Bill supports him. He's like, I thought it was him too. Like you weren't the only one.
And so Toschi's boss tells him to take a little vacation, go see a movie, and the movie that they play is Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry.
Which, yes, was loosely inspired by the Zodiac case that was going on at the time. I mean, the killer in Dirty Harry is called Scorpio, which is a Zodiac sign.
A Zodiac sign. I get that.
Did you ever have you ever seen Dirty Harry?
I haven't. I didn't even know that was like a thing.
It's a great movie. Clint Eastwood's in it. Funny enough,
shout out Clint Eastwood.
Funny enough, I didn't notice it until just watching it recently, until I figured this out. So, Dirty Harry, played by Clint Eastwood, in this movie, you never see Clint Eastwood's face. That's because Clint Eastwood actually said, like, he doesn't want to be in another movie that's associated with, like, a serial killer. So, like, in the movie, the clips that they show of Dirty Harry, you never see Clint Eastwood. When Toschi goes out into the hall, you see the cutout of Dirty Harry. It's conveniently framed so that way you don't see his head.
Interesting. That's funny.
They never show Clint Eastwood in this movie because he specifically said, don't put me in this movie. So
okay. He said no thanks.
But no, highly recommend Dirty Harry. Great movie.
Dirty Harry.
Yeah.
But as they're in this theater,
Robert Graysmith just happens to be there too.
Just so happens with his date.
Also, fun fact, a little meta thing. So the theater that they're watching Dirty Harry in, the same theater also exists in San Francisco. Apparently went unchanged in the time between the 70s and now, so they didn't really have to do any set decorating. Zodiac actually had its premiere in that theater. So
that's fun.
Yeah, pretty fun little thing.
That is nice.
Yeah.
Also, I'm surprised that Jake Gyllenhaal is still with.
Yeah, they somehow managed to make it work.
I was like, that's crazy. That woman must have the crazy amount of patience.
She must have not have talked with Robert's ex-wife.
Yeah. So Jake sees Ruffalo leave
Toschi.
the theater. Yeah, I know. I'm just calling them by their actual government names.
I just love the name Toschi. So.
Toschi's good.
And also, I spent all week into the Zodiac case. So it's just like I'm trying to say their actual
I was
names.
fighting for my life trying to figure out these people's names. So he goes to go talk with Toschi. And
I mean, you can say.
thank you. He goes to talk to Ruffalo, and he's like, "Yo, what up, man? It's me. I'm a cartoonist."
Also, I love this because, like, literally, Graysmith tells Toschi the end of Dirty Harry, and I wrote in my notes, spoilers for Dirty Harry.
God
Jeez.
damn. No one likes someone who spoils things.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say.
I mean,
that right
Toschi
now.
left the theater because, like, it's too close to a case that he was working on, so
Yeah.
I get it.
But basically, Jake just kind of introduces himself.
Yeah, pretty much. He's just like, he introduces himself, and he's just like, "You're gonna catch him."
Ruffalo's like, "All right."
Yeah, Ruffalo's just like, "Okay, man, bye. My wife's here."
See ya. 4 years later,
Mm-hmm.
we get a huge time jump this time. And we get Ruffalo and his partner, Bill.
Bill.
First time I
Armstrong.
found out his name.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess because
Like I
knew
said, I
so.
was fighting for my life.
I guess I knew so much about this case. I was just like, yeah, his name's Bill Armstrong. So
But Bill says,
yeah, he's done.
"I'm done."
In the book, this is accurate. Basically, Bill was working on a homicide case, and all of a sudden he realized just like this is too much for him. And so, yeah, in real life, he puts in a transfer. He's just like, "I'm done. I can't do homicide anymore."
Yeah. He's like, I want to just live a normal life,
He
kind
wants
of.
to see his kids grow up.
Yeah.
So,
He's like, I can't be on call anymore.
yeah. The movie will frame it as being just like the obsession is getting too much to him.
Yeah.
So he needs to get out of this case. Whereas in the book, it's just more like he can't deal with homicide anymore.
I mean, I get that must be rough.
I can't imagine seeing dead body after dead body, like day in and day out. Like being woken up in the middle of the night. It's like, we got a killing down here.
I
You
saw
gotta
a
come down
medical
here.
cadaver,
And you almost fainted.
and almost fainted.
Again,
I can't imagine.
Salute to all you guys out there who can do that,
Absolutely.
because I can't even fathom it.
But also, so a couple years ago in this movie, since there's so many time jumps, Bill had talked to Ruffalo about how he wanted to try Japanese food. You know, the
sushi,
raw
yeah.
stuff, sushi. It's been well over 4 years, and he still hasn't tried sushi.
I mean, when you work in homicide, you don't really have time.
Go grab some sushi, man. It's been 4 years, and he hasn't had sushi.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jake goes to visit Robert Downey Jr.
Goes to visit Paul Avery, who's living in a boat now. Which I
Apparently.
believe in real life he did live in a boat for a while.
Okay, was he a drunk,
No,
single asshole like
no.
he is here?
I don't think any of that's accurate.
Yeah, because, you know, he's
but
alone,
yeah,
he's drinking.
he's looking rough. He's got like
Oof.
silver in his hair. He's fucking like
It's like
pale.
the scene when they go find Thor.
Oh yeah, Jesus, yeah. There's a lot of. I think there's.
Wasn't he also living on a boat? I don't know.
Oh no, Thor. He was living in a boating town, like.
Okay, a boating
like,
town. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's basically that scene.
It's pretty much. It's just minus a few characters here and there.
Yes, minus the raccoon.
Which is funny because in that scene, Mark Ruffalo, who's playing the Hulk, is in there, but it's just like he's not here for this.
Yeah.
That is crazy that all three main actors in this movie were in Marvel Cinematic Universe movies. You got RDJ, who of course Iron Man, Tony Stark, Mark Ruffalo, who's Bruce Banner,
Don't get him angry.
the Hulk, and Jake Gyllenhaal played Mysterio in Spider-Man: Far From Home. So
Yep.
all three of them have been in the Marvel universe. So.
He died.
Paul Avery looking rough, and this is when Graysmith says someone should write a book. Whoever could it be? Could it be you, Paul Avery?
Avery, you can write a book. And he's like, what about all that stuff you had on the Zodiac?
Yeah, and he's just like, I tossed it. I threw it out.
And Jake cannot believe. He said, what?
I do love the line that Paul Avery gives, where he's just like, we worked in the news business, as in today.
As in today. As in what's actually going on right now.
Yeah, but basically, Paul Avery just brings out, he's just like, more people die, like, in the East Bay community than, like, in, like, 3 months in Zodiac has ever killed in his entire life. Like, he's irrelevant, move past it.
Yeah. And, Jake gets a little upset because he's like, well, I care.
Yeah.
Like, I need to, like, finish this through, like, to show that somebody cares.
Yeah, he really cares, doesn't he? I'm just kidding. Allegedly.
Allegedly. But it's just one of those things where, again, it's like, I'm the Boy Scout, and like I'm just so boyish and innocent.
I have autism. I'm gonna solve this.
I have to do it. And Robert Downey Jr. kind of just like he eats into him, and he is like, let it go. Like what are you getting out of this? Like, move the fuck on.
I love the intensity of just like, if it's so important, what'd you ever do about it? You dug through wastebaskets, you hovered over my desk, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, wait a minute, sorry, you went to the library.
You went to the library. Mm-hmm. You fucking nerd. That's what you
You
just said.
fucking nerd. Why don't you get lost?
Before I give you a mega wedgie.
Before I put my foot up your ass.
Just shove you in this locker. So Jake leaves.
And it starts raining, and I'm just like, in my notes, I'm just like, it hardly ever rains in California. What you talking about?
This is it just continues raining for the rest of the movie, I think.
That's how you know how it's a David Fincher film. He loves his rain. I mean, Seven, that whole movie is just, it's constantly raining.
Well, they're setting the mood. Because it's raining. Jake goes, and he, this isn't yet. This isn't yet. I thought he went to Ruffalo's house, but this isn't yet.
Not yet. No, that's much later.
That is much later. I'm
later.
Ready for it, man.
We haven't even gotten to Rick Marshall yet.
We haven't. But for some reason, at some point, Jake takes Ruffalo to lunch.
Yes. So both of them are at the corner of Washington and Cherry where Paul Stine was killed. Again, emphasizing that obsession. Like, Toschi is there. He's just like, he's trying to figure something out.
Yeah.
And Robert Graysmith also happens to be there. And so Robert Graysmith pays Toschi a visit and is just like, hey, you want to grab lunch with me? Let's go eat some fucking burgers. Why not?
Let's go eat some fucking burgers. Where I should have ate last night, not sushi. Anyways.
Sushi burgers.
Sushi burgers.
If that's not a thing, don't make it a thing.
I think it might be a thing.
There's tofu burgers. That's not the same thing, though.
No. Yeah. I like some tofu.
Yeah. What is this podcast about?
I don't know. Tofu,
anyway.
Sushi, burgers. But yeah, so they talk shop. Talk some Zodiac. And I really don't know. Do they just continue talking about ciphers and stuff?
Kinda, yeah. Robert Graysmith brings up that idea of just like, well, if Zodiac was military, then he would have gone to a library and checked out these books, but like, I found these books at this military base. It's like they were stolen. No one wants a trace of ever checking out these books. And this is when Toschi tells Graysmith, without telling him, of just like, go see Ken Narlow in Napa and stuff like that.
Yes.
Which apparently in real life, that never happened. A police officer did not tell a citizen to just go visit another police officer.
That's crazy. But this is what this is. So he gives Jake Narlow's name, and Jake is on the case.
He's on the case. He goes and visits Ken Narlow, who's played by what's his name?
What's his name?
What's his name?
What's his name?
Fuck. I have Donald Logue, who he's been in a lot of things. He's got a face that you would probably recognize. I mean, you've seen this movie.
Yeah, I've seen this movie. But I was like, he also just looks like an everyday man.
I know him. He was in fucking Ghost Rider as Nicolas Cage's friend in that movie. So
hell yeah.
But
it's a crazy movie.
I mean, it kind of is. I don't like those movies though, but
I don't either.
But anyway, Narlow's just like, what are you, some fucking Boy Scout?
And he's like, Eagle, actually.
Yeah.
By the way, that says thinks. It looks like Twink.
Twink Zodiac.
It does.
Guys, new Zodiac lore is dropped. He was a twink.
It's not look like thanks. But yeah, so eventually Jake thinks that the Zodiac knows Darleen, or is it Jake, or is it Narlow that says
I mean, in between this, Narlow tells him to go to Vallejo and look up the case files there. That's when he sees Mullinax.
Yes.
And Mullinax gives him access to the Zodiac files. And literally, like, Graysmith looks at it all. He can't write anything down.
Yeah.
And so, like, amazing that he's able to keep it in his mind, because it's like he looks at so much information. I love it. He rushes out of the police
runs
office
out of there,
because
goes
he's
to the
like,
nearest
I need
diner.
to fucking get a pen and paper.
Yes, goes to the nearest diner
and starts just fucking writing stuff down. But yes, this is when he figures out that Darleen must have known Zodiac, because Zodiac made calls to her husband, her sister, and like her brother-in-law or something like that.
Yeah.
So there was calls before the murder and after the murder, which suggests that Zodiac knew Darleen Ferrin. Again, take this with a grain of salt. There might not have been evidence in real life that Zodiac knew Darleen.
Yeah. And then is this when he goes to someone's house and finds out like the birthday thing?
Well, first he goes to talk to Toschi.
Okay.
That's when we get the great line of just like, what's a painting party? And he's just like, it's a party where people go and paint. He's like, that sounds like a terrible party.
I do. Yes. Yes.
But yeah, Graysmith drops on Toschi the knowledge that maybe Zodiac knew Darleen. And he's just like, that's interesting that you talk about Zodiac making calls, because he did that like years ago. And he's just like, go see Melvin Belli about
That's it.
And that's when they go to the house, and we learn that the maid actually talked to Zodiac.
Was the one that talked to him, yes.
Which actually we learned that at the Christmas scene earlier, because Melvin Belli said that. He's like, he talked to one of my housemaids at the time.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is when we learn that Zodiac called because it's like, I need to kill because it's my birthday.
And they're like, oh shit, like what time? Like it has to be December, like I think they land on December like 18th or
Something
like the 20th or something.
Sometime in that time frame, because Melvin Belli left to go on vacation, and he didn't come back until Christmas Day.
Yeah. And so now Jake is like, if we can narrow down like the birthdays and this and that, he's like, we can get him. Like he's really hot on the case.
Also, let's just keep in mind that like grain of salt, because the way that looks at it is like dropping that his birthday was on December 18th and Arthur Lee Allen's birthday was December 18th. It almost kind of looks like you're kind of trying to make the evidence fit the guy rather than the other way around. So,
well, then someone calls Jake and tells him that they know the Zodiac.
Which this interaction happens in real life.
Okay.
Robert Graysmith does get a call from someone, drops the name that Rick Marshall is the Zodiac.
Yeah, says that it's a full government name, Rick Marshall.
Which, by the way, Richard Marshall was someone the police did look into. Again, all the physical evidence said that he wasn't the Zodiac. But then again, you don't know. You never know. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't.
What does Rick Marshall look like?
Probably nothing like the Zodiac.
Probably
if you look at some of these people that they investigated, like there are some that were just like they look like the Zodiac.
I wish that they had like pictures of them.
Let me see if I can bring up some of these pictures. There's one guy where it's like I looked at his picture and it's just like that looks like Zodiac. Here we go. This guy.
Oh, Richard Gaikowski.
Yeah.
I think that was one that the podcast I was listening to, they like went really heavy with that.
Yeah. I don't think there is a picture of Richard Marshall.
Sorry, I just got
You good?
I went Wings watching the UFC fights, and Patty, Jade knows about Patty the baddie's fighting. He ended the fight in 52 seconds.
Damn. Okay.
Fuck. I wish I would have seen it. It's okay. I was like, oh, it starts at 10. No, it's gone. I'm going to see highlights of it.
About Zodiac.
I know.
Go on for a long fucking time.
I knew. I'll be able to watch it later. Oh my God, my boy. My boy. Sorry, everyone. This is important. Patty the baddie.
No, you're good.
Do y'all watch UFC?
I'm just going to go autistic on the Zodiac right now. Did you guys know that Zodiac in Lord of the Rings kicked that helmet?
Did you know?
Did you know?
But yeah, so Rick Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Am I right?
Am I right, you guys? So now Jake he's invested.
Yep, he goes to
And Rick
Sherwood
Marshall, yes.
to be like, have you ever cleared a guy named Rick Marshall? And of course he hadn't. Also
Seems
like how the
interesting.
scene it makes Sherwood kind of look like he's enjoying his retirement when actually in real life he was forced into an early retirement.
Yeah.
And he really didn't like that. So
Grain of salt with this movie.
yeah, kind of. Again, this movie's not accurate all that much to real life.
Yeah.
The things that I love about this movie is just like, don't look at the accuracies, just look at what the message the movie is trying to tell.
Yes.
Which is just like, over obsession can lead to downfall and stuff like that, especially when it comes to like a puzzle that you feel like you can just never solve because it's unsolvable.
Mm-hmm. And is this now the point? Does he get anywhere else before Jake starts receiving calls?
Not really, because I wrote down the Sherman scene, and then he starts getting calls. Again, these calls may or may not have actually happened.
Yeah.
But he starts getting calls from someone who's just like heavy breathing on the phone. And we learned earlier in the movie, just like Darleen Ferrin was also getting like heavy breathing calls as well.
So it's like,
so
Zodiac.
It's like, Zodiac's calling.
Yes. And so now Jake's getting pretty close with the investigation, and now he's getting phone calls, which he has a family. We've seen
like
the date.
He and his wife actually have a baby now.
Yes.
They had a baby together.
Yes, they have. There's like, don't they now have like 4 kids at some point?
It looks like they have 4 kids.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those kids is the missing one.
Possibly. So they at least have 2 of their own.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's now kind of putting his family at risk, which we'll get more into later. But now Jake has a lead with like handwriting that like someone did with like posters or some shit, because like they said that Rick
posters,
Marshall.
That Rick Marshall used to work at a theater.
Yes.
Somewhere in San Francisco or something like that, and he used to hand draw like the posters, and like Graysmith needs the posters.
I just like did the weirdest
I don't
thing.
know. That was just a weird tick that I just did.
He tapped his notes like 3 times, just going down.
That's my Zodiac.
That's nice.
That's my routine. But no, he needs the posters in order to confirm that Rick Marshall is the Zodiac, so that way he can compare the handwriting. So yeah, that's kind of where we are there.
Yeah.
Then we move on to Toschi.
Yes.
He's with his new partner, and he's just like, man, this motherfucker has no animal crackers.
He has no fucking animal crackers. Yeah. Not in my soup. Monkeys and rabbits. Loop to loop.
Animal crackers in my soup.
Thank you.
We are delusional. It's 10:30, and we're not really that close to the end of this movie yet.
I know.
But no, this is when Toschi is being called into his office because they received a new Zodiac letter.
Bum, bum, bum.
This happened in real life. Toschi was accused of faking a letter of Zodiac's. Of course, he has been absolved of the crime.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, he didn't do it.
It's crazy that people thought that.
Mm-hmm. Also, I don't believe that this Toschi being done with Graysmith ever happened in real life. Like, they even have a quote when we get to this part in the book of Toschi going to Graysmith and being like, they kicked me off of homicide. Can you believe that sort of thing?
Oh.
So it's just like, it seems like they were still like talking
close,
to each other. So there wasn't this whole animosity of just like,
where they had
Zodiac
their breakup.
was my case. Yeah, their breakup moment. Oh no, Mysterio and Hulk are breaking up.
They're breaking up. Because, Ruffalo's like, this was my case. This was never your case. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Stop calling my house.
Yeah, stop calling me. Lose my number.
And
Jake's
I
like,
want my
baby.
records back.
He's like, but baby, we've been through so much together. Please.
I do love the moment. It's just like Robert Graysmith calls like Toschi and he's talking to his wife. And like Toschi just grabs the phone and silently just
hangs
fucking hangs it up.
I like that moment.
It's really good, yeah.
But again, Jake's still getting calls.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife is now noticing, and she's like, who is that? And he's like, oh, wrong number. Nobody. And she's like, you were putting us at risk. I don't know if at this point she has brought it up yet. Has she? I don't know. I wrote it down, though, that he's putting his whole family at risk.
I mean, kind of, yeah, because he's going on news outlets, like, promoting his book.
It was the news thing. Because she sees in the newspaper, he wrote that he's making a book. And she was like, are you an idiot? He reads the Chronicle.
Yeah.
So he's going to see, and now he's going to target you. And he's like,
it's fine.
You crazy girl.
I have a gun.
It's fine.
That happens before he gets a tip off of Rick Marshall. So,
okay. That's crazy. But yeah, and now Jake, in my notes, he's going to Vaughn's house. Is that true?
Not yet.
Not yet. He's not yet. My notes
what
are
is
reliable.
it? He's doing some investigating where he brings his kids into it. And so this was a real thing that people theorized of Zodiac doing his killings during certain moon cycles, which is just fucking crazy.
That's interesting.
Because, like, no, he probably wasn't. That's just people trying to, like, everyone just threw anything at the wall to see if, like, something could solve the Zodiac case. So, yeah, you would look into, like, Zodiac signs, maybe certain, like, astrological signs.
Well, yeah, now they're like, well, why Zodiac? Maybe Zodiac astrology. Like, let's go into that.
Like, cycles of the moon they looked into, and it's just like, it's nonsense, pretty much.
Crazy. And it's funny because as his kids are, like, looking it up, he gets a call from someone, and he's, like, telling him, like, the moon cycle thing, I think, and they're like, who do you have working with you?
He's like some colleagues, and, like, literally one of his kids is like, Dad, look at this.
He's like,
Now, this part of the movie is weird to me because the kid, like, holds up the one of Zodiac's ciphers, and I wrote it down here. It's cipher Z340.
Okay.
Which is one of the most famous, like, Zodiac ciphers out there. And then he goes on the news as if, like, he cracked it or something like that. But in reality, the Z340 cipher wasn't cracked until 2020.
See, okay, I was wondering about that because I was like, did not Paul Avery, did Robert actually crack it?
Like I said, out of the 4 ciphers Zodiac sent, only 2 of them were cracked. The very first one that he sent
was the history teacher and the wife.
Yeah. And then the Z340 one, which wasn't cracked until 2020.
Yeah.
So I don't understand this
and
moment.
It wasn't by Robert.
No, it wasn't by Robert. Again, some of this kind of feels like, and fan fiction just like, and I was the one who solved it.
And it was me. I'm the one who solved it. I'm the hero.
Again, when you watch this movie, just watch it with that curtain over it. Just like, this is based off of a book that he wrote.
Yeah, because I noticed that too, because now he's on the news.
Mm-hmm, he's on the news like, talking about it.
Yeah, I went to the library. And it's funny because Robert Downey Jr. is watching, and he's like, the library.
In a very weird shot where, like, he's on an oxygen tank. And I'm just like, yeah, no.
He's on an oxygen tank at a bar.
And he's still smoking, too. That's wild to just, like,
literally takes a smoke.
And then smokes.
Exactly. They really made it so that Paul looked like he was just rock bottom.
Like, I really like this movie. I really like a lot of things in it. I don't like this portrayal of Avery.
Yeah.
So
now does Jake go to Vaughn's house?
I mean, we first get an interaction between Jake and his wife. We kind of get insight as to why Graysmith is doing this. He says he needs to look him in the eye and know that it's him.
Yes, because his wife's fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Because she's like,
you're putting us all in danger.
And she's like, what is going to get you to stop? Like, why are you so fixated on this?
Again, it's that obsession.
And he said, he's like, I need to look him in the eye and just know that it's him.
It's that autism he's got.
He might as well have said it. I have autism, honey. I don't know what to tell you.
He's got the serial killer flavor of tism.
He does. And she didn't say it, but she might as well have been like, once you walk out that door, we're not going to be here. She doesn't say it, but I could tell.
I mean, and it literally happens later.
It does. And it's crazy because she's like, we're going to talk about this right now. And he's like, I need to go. Like, I need to go to Vaughn's. Like, I need to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, he says, well, are we done? Can I go now?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
And that's when I would have been like, baby girl, go ahead. I'm not going to be here when you get back.
I mean, that was a man in the 70s.
Yeah. Crazy.
I need to go out and get some milk and cigarettes.
So she says, go ahead. We're not going to be here. So yeah.
Now he goes and sees Vaughn.
He goes to Vaughn's house.
Which, by the way, you probably wouldn't know this actor by looking at him, but this actor, I wrote his name down. Charles Fleischer. He is the voice of Roger Rabbit in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh my God. Mm-hmm. Who loves that movie? Me I
too.
Do.
Great movie.
It's a good movie. I watched it way too young.
Also, he was in the original Nightmare on Elm Street. He played the doctor at the sleep clinic.
Oh, okay,
The one who's just like, sleep is like weird mumbo jumbo that we don't understand. That ridiculous line from that movie.
Spiel.
Yeah, that was him. Yeah.
I love Roger Rabbit. We had the because my dad really liked getting DVDs and stuff too, and we had the DVD and like it like opened up into like 3, and it had like a bunch of cool shit. It was like a journal looking thing, because I think like in the movie the detective like wrote in a journal or something like that, and it was supposed to like look like that, like a case file.
Okay, that makes sense.
It was sweet as fuck. It had like multiple discs. It was dope.
It's a shame that they could never make another live action animated movie as good as Roger Rabbit.
Absolutely not. Like, that was so good. We should do Roger Rabbit.
We should.
I'll write it down. But anywho,
make it part of a Robert Zemeckis month, and we can throw that in there with like Polar Express and
oh my God,
and fucking Back to the Future.
What a
Castaway.
Crazy, yeah. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Okay, we're here, and then we're at Vaughn's house, and it's okay. My next note is funny, but anyways, he arrives at Vaughn's house. Well, he doesn't actually go to his house. He goes to meet him.
He wants to go meet him at a cafe down the street, and Vaughn's just like, "Why don't we just go to my house?"
And I said, "Well, that's a red flag."
Yeah. I even wrote in my notes of just like, yeah, don't go to a stranger's house, especially when you're investigating a murderer case.
Yeah. And Jake's just so innocent and so boyish, and he's like, nothing bad's gonna happen to me. This seems fine.
Sure, I can go to your house. Gee golly, mister, you really mean that?
You really mean it? I can go follow you in my car to your house. And so he follows a strange man to his house.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh, you want anything to eat? You want some tea?" And he's like, "Oh no, I'm okay." You sure? I'm like, he's gonna poison that.
Yeah, probably.
You're dead. And then Jake's talking to him about how the poster is for sure that the posters and Rick Marshall,
because the handwriting on the poster is the closest that they've ever gotten to Zodiac's real handwriting.
And this is also when they bring up like the film.
Oh,
and then the
because,
Zodiac symbol.
What is it? Vaughn brings up that when he first saw it in the paper, it reminded him of the crosshair symbol on like a film strip.
Yes. And then like he had mentioned that like Rick had left him some film and to not look at it.
So in the book, it's described that Rick Marshall, which they changed his name to Don Andrews.
Okay.
Because maybe Rick Marshall was still alive at the time. Who knows?
Possibly.
But they described that, Zodiac would have filmed his crimes. Like he filmed like the Mary Lou Jensen and Dave Faraday murders, and that they're stored in a film canister, and Zodiac gave it to Vaughn to like store it so that way he can hide it from the police.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's what the film is like evidence of his murders.
Okay. And so
that's why Robert Graysmith wants it so bad. Because it's like, this is actual concrete evidence. And if Rick Marshall had this, that means he's
it.
Yeah.
And so immediately Jake's like, did you look at it? And he's like, no. And where's it at? He took it like years ago.
Yeah.
And then this is when he brings up the posters and he's like, well, you know, the handwriting, it matches. It's the only one that has like a good match, the closest we've gotten. And Vaughn says,
I do the posters myself. That's my handwriting.
And Jake's like, well,
anyway,
really good talk.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go ahead and pack up. It was really nice meeting you, mister. I think I should leave.
Gee golly, mister, I need to get the fuck out of here.
I'm in danger.
Okay, here's the thing. So this whole scene, this whole thing.
Oh, bro, I was like locked in.
It's in the book. But here's the thing. It is far less dramatic in real life. Because, yeah, he brings up that, like, Zodiac's handwriting is very close to Vaughn's.
Yeah.
And Vaughn's just like, well, how can that be? And stuff like that. And that's when they come up with the theory of just, like, Zodiac could have traced the handwriting. And it's like, yeah, it could have been Vaughn's handwriting. But since it's so neat on the papers, maybe Rick Marshall traced it.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, so that no one could find out that it was him. That would be smart.
And Vaughn in the book is not being very creepy about everything or being very shady.
So funny.
And also, like, Robert Graysmith met with Vaughn like multiple different times. It wasn't just this one time and then he gets the fuck out of it there.
No, because once this happened, I said, once the poster thing was said, I said, Jake may be fucked.
Yeah. Well, then he's like, why don't we try to, like, see when we played the most dangerous game? Because he mentions that it played at his theater, like, around the time that the Darleen Ferrin crime happened.
Yep, and he said, I have that.
I have the records for that down in my basement.
In my basement.
Yeah, and Robert Graysmith is like, not very many houses in California have basements. And I love Vaughn, he's just like, well, I do.
And
then just walks down the basement.
And I said, oh, okay, we're being a little creepy now.
And also, this basement scene is in the book, but again, far less dramatic.
Bro, this was my favorite fucking part of this movie.
Well, it's the only scene in the entire movie that, like, feels like out of a horror film.
Yes! And I love horror movies. And I said, oh shit, like,
is this a
so
scene
good.
that you love?
Yes.
Okay, it's not mine.
This is my favorite scene because I was like, the suspense that it's building, and like, it's just so good because like the tone change, and it's just like, boom, boom,
because like they're in the basement and he's looking up the records, but you hear footsteps above.
Yes.
And again, this happens in the book, although the way Graysmith describes it is just like he hears faint footsteps upstairs and wonders if Vaughn actually lives alone. But again, like, Graysmith doesn't feel like his life's in danger or anything like that.
But Jake feels it.
Yeah,
and Jake's
in this movie, he feels it.
He is so paranoid at this point. He's like waiting for Vaughn for these fucking records, and he's hearing these footsteps, and he's like, "Are we alone?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Like you live alone?" And he's like, "Yeah,
very
it's just
chilling
us."
line where it's just like, "You want to go upstairs and check? Have you checked the children?"
He said, "You want to go upstairs and check?" Insane, dude. I was like, "Bruh."
Mm-hmm.
I wrote Vaughn is being creepy. Jake really fucked up. And I was like, he's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to go.
Yeah, he's like,
I'm going to leave.
Thank you for your time. And then fucking rushes upstairs.
Gets all of his shit, packs up. I'm like, all right, let's go, baby. Let's go. Gets to the door. It's locked.
It's locked. I didn't really understand this at the time that I watched. I was like, how is it locked from the inside? Apparently, yeah, there are deadbolts that can do that. You can lock them from inside and outside.
Yeah.
Didn't know that at the time.
Vaughn goes up.
No, we get a great shot. I love this shot because like Robert Graysmith is at the door and there's like this mirror like over here, and that's when Vaughn shows up. He's just in the mirror, and I'm just like, ooh.
It is terrifying. Very much horror movie at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And
it almost feels like straight out of Seven. Like it feels like a Seven scene. So
and Jake whips around. He's like, the door's locked.
Yeah, he's like,
why is the door locked? Yeah.
And I like how Vaughn just quietly pulls out the key and unlocks the door.
Yep. Jake's like, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Fucking runs to his car. And Vaughn just unfazed is like, good night, Mr. Graysmith.
I was like, bro, that was intense.
So here's the thing. Like, in terms of this movie, this whole scene doesn't really matter or anything. Like, they never bring up Robert Graysmith, or not Robert Graysmith. They
Robert
never
Graysmith.
bring up Rick Marshall ever again after this point. I think primarily what this scene serves is just like the obsession has got to him so bad that he's just seeing Zodiac everywhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, like ultimately we'll eventually just circle back around to Arthur Lee Allen.
Well, yeah, because like Bond's not even brought up again. Like this whole interaction not brought up again.
No.
It was great. I loved this scene.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Then after this, he gets home. Turns out his wife took the kids. And I kind of wrote in my notes, I was like, a couple of those kids weren't actually your kids. So like, can you as a stepmom actually take them?
I mean, we don't know what was going on with like his previous partner that he had a divorce from. So like maybe he had gotten full custody. It's been 4 years. She possibly could have like adopted them maybe.
I mean, probably. It
it's
feels
very
weird. It's just like some of those kids aren't your kids.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
Some of them are his actual children.
Yeah, but so yeah, they're gone, and he sees a note that she left. She said, "Took the kids to mom. Don't call." And he fucking doesn't.
No.
He's just like, all right, more room for me for my obsession.
On the back of that note, he wrote down like Linda, who was Darlene's sister, of just like meeting up with her because she's in a prison.
Yeah, he found out where she was at because no one had been able to get a hold
of her.
She
had kind of disappeared for a while.
And I remember when he found it, he's like, Linda's in prison. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's a very good line. Again, I could find nothing about Linda actually being in a prison.
Okay.
So I don't think this is real. And again, it's highly contested of whether or not Linda's testimonies are reliable at all. Again, like the painting party she brings up, it's highly contested that may not have even happened at all. So
that's crazy because it's just like, sorry, I yawned. Can't you like? Because I feel like you'd be able to contest that, like if you just go and be like, who was there, and then talk to those people.
Maybe,
and be like,
but
were
like
you there?
Darlene had a younger sister as well who kind of says that it didn't happen. So it's just like, I don't know. A lot of like the family members of Darlene Ferrin is just like a lot of their testimony is just like, can you trust it? Can you not trust it? Who knows?
That's
really?
So weird.
Again, who knows over everything in the Zodiac
Nobody.
case?
But yeah, he goes to talk to Linda about the paint party.
Mm-hmm.
And he is pushing.
Yeah, he really wants it to be Rick Marshall.
Because Linda brings up that there was this guy at the party.
He dressed up in full suit, just sat in a corner, said nothing to nobody.
Yeah, but that Darlene told her to stay away from him. She was freaked out by him. Not a good guy.
In the book, I can't remember if they say it in the movie, but in the book, she is very paranoid of this guy because she's like, I saw him murder someone.
Yes, so, I think that she did say something like that.
Which implies that she...
Or like he had said that, like to her that he had murdered someone or something. Yeah.
So it's implied in the book that like maybe she saw like the Mary Lou Jensen and Dave Faraday crimes somehow. It's also implied in the book that Darlene might have known Mary Lou Jensen in real life.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, at the same time, they lived pretty close by to each other. Yeah. So maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Who knows?
But then Linda says, like, yeah, the guy had
a real short name, almost like a nickname.
Yes. And
he's like, was it Rick?
He's like, it was Rick.
Fucking say it's Rick. And I'll stab you if you don't say
basically, because he's like, it was Rick, right? And she's like, no, it wasn't Rick. And he's like, no, it was Rick.
Again, he's becoming a lot like Toschi, who Toschi was like really pushing for Arthur Lee Allen, and like
only more extreme. I feel like with him, he literally said, "Fucking say it, it's Rick."
I mean, Toschi is like a professional, so he kind of has to keep it that way. Whereas Robert Graysmith is just a guy.
He's just there, yeah. And she said, "No, it's not fucking Rick."
Yeah.
And then he's about to leave.
She drops a bomb. It was Lee.
His name was Lee.
And I literally put in my notes, it was Lee.
Yeah. Lee.
Lee.
And now Jake's going crazy.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
Oh, sorry, yawn. What is it? I couldn't fill that empty air.
Yeah, Robert Graysmith is at his house. It's fucking full of files and everything like that.
Oh man,
he's trying to find any kind of lead. Earlier, he went back to the Vallejo police station, talked to Molinax. They found a paper that has like Lee written on it.
Yeah.
That Darleen knew a Lee. And I like Molinax. He's just like, that's one name in a file that contains thousands. That means nothing.
Exactly.
Which, yeah, it would.
It would mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But Jake's ex at this point, or
kind of.
I assume they're just separated.
They're separated. Like divorce is coming later. In fact, I like the switch out that this movie does. She comes with papers. And she's like, I've been meaning to give these to you. And you think that they're divorce papers.
I even wrote, Jake's getting served. And I was like, never mind.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was like, yeah, he's definitely, those are divorce papers. And she kind of, again, is like, you know, you're still on this. When is this going to end? And she kind of brings up their relationship.
Yeah. It was a date that never ended.
I said,
and yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah. And he said, I think he said, like, don't amount it to just that or something like that, right?
He said something to the effect of just like, you don't really mean that. And she says, I kind of do. Yeah.
Damn. And then she throws the file down.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there you go.
She just says, just finish this. And then, yeah, but no, it is a photocopy, actually, of Arthur Lee Allen's driver's license. And what is the birthday on there? December 18th.
December 18th, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's his birthday.
It's
he
his
needs
birthday.
To kill.
Again, take it with a grain of salt.
Yes.
It almost feels like making the evidence fit the man rather than the man fit the evidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, Graysmith goes to Toschi's house all fucking excited and everything like that. And he's just like, he made a mistake. He gave away his birthday. And I
literally the middle of the night, by the way, and it's raining.
I love Toschi. He's just like, I'm going to kill him. He's like, he talks to his wife. He's like, where's my gun?
I love that.
I love how the wife just goes straight back to the bed.
She's like, oh my God. And Ruffalo goes out there and he's like, get the fuck off my lawn, dude.
I'm calling the police, dude.
And he said, no, it's Lee.
It's Arthur Lee Allen.
And this piques Ruffalo's interest because this is the guy that he thought it was too. So he's like, hold on a fucking second.
And he brings up that Arthur Lee Allen typed in an apology letter. This is true. Out of all the suspects that Toschi investigated, Arthur Lee Allen is the only one that wrote him back.
Yeah.
And Robert Graysmith brought it up in the book as just like, well, Zodiac's so vain, he thinks this song is about him. No, he's like, he would have like at some point like somehow given his name to someone.
Yeah.
And that's when he learns of just like, oh, Arthur Lee Allen typed a letter to Toschi. So that's kind of how the letter's brought into it. So
yeah, and you know, they were saying, because they go to a diner and they start kind of...
Here it is. The diner scene is my favorite scene.
Go ahead.
I just love this scene so much, not only with how it's filmed, and like it's just two characters talking, but you're so caught up into the investigation at this point. You're wrapped up in what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
And like, you feel that obsession with them. And what I love about it is that it does, in a way, give closure, even though in real life you can't give closure. Like, these characters are just like, they put all the evidence together of just like all the Zodiac letters timeline lines up with Arthur Lee Allen's life. Arthur Lee Allen lived literally like 50 feet away from Darleen worked. Like, all of it fits.
I love when he said, I walked it.
Mm-hmm. That shows what that kind of obsession did. He literally went there and walked that distance. And like, you can see it in their faces of just like, we've solved this even if we can't prove it.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about this scene. Like, the acting between the two are incredible. You can see it in Jake Gyllenhaal's face of just like, he hasn't slept, he hasn't ate. And it's just like, I fucking cracked this case.
Yeah.
And like Toschi's face, like Mark Ruffalo, he's just like, God damn, you really did.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I love this scene. Just
no,
like,
this scene
incredible
was good
acting,
too.
incredible dialogue. it manages to give closure to a movie that will not actually have closure
to it. Because now, after this whole revelation, like they're like, it's him.
Also, I love how Toschi ends it when he gets up to leave. He says, "Thank you. Thank you for breakfast." It's like he says the first thank you of just like, "Thank you for solving this case." Really love it.
Does anything happen between here and him going?
Yes. Or what do you mean?
Going to find...
No, so nothing happens. So yeah, we cut to 1983 now. That's the most prominent thing. Robert Graysmith goes to Ace Hardware, where Arthur Lee Allen is now working. Now, this is true in the book.
Okay.
Although it's not one encounter he has, like over multiple different times, Robert Graysmith tries to go into the place that Arthur is working to get handwriting samples.
Oh, interesting.
And I think in the book, like, this kind of encounter happens more dramatically. Like, I think, like, Robert Graysmith goes in, is going to confront Arthur, but then kind of chickens out and leaves. And as he's driving away, like, Arthur Lee Allen drives up next to him, and, like, they kind of have a little bit of a stare down.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so...
But this one, Jake goes in there, and he just looks straight at him, and Alan's like...
Yeah.
Hello?
I love Arthur. He's just like, "Can I help you?" And Robert Graysmith says no. And dude,
and
like,
just continues staring at him like straight in the eye.
Like, John Lynch Carroll's like acting in this without saying anything says everything. Like, just the drop in facial expression of just like, "Oh no, I've been had."
Yes. And I just love Jake Gyllenhaal. Because that's what he said he wanted to do. He said, "I want to look him in the eye, and I want to know that he did it."
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did.
Yeah. Again, another way of giving closure without actually giving closure. Again, Arthur Lee Allen was never convicted of anything. No evidence can tie into Zodiac, but like, Graysmith is very convinced in real life that, you know, Arthur Lee Allen was the Zodiac, so that's how we're going to frame this.
Yeah. And now,
but then we cut to 7.5 years later, 1991.
Yup.
1 year before I was born.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. We're at an airport for some reason.
Yeah, I don't
know if that means that Mageau.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means he works at an airport. I feel like he might have been like homeless around this time or something like that.
He was looking like he's not in like clothes you would be in for work. Like, no. He's
kind of like in a heavy jacket and everything. He kind of looks disheveled and everything. But a police officer is there to question him, which, by the way, that officer was in the movie earlier when Robert Graysmith is like looking through the files and he runs out. He's a police officer who says, "Good for him," when he's just like, he's going to solve the Zodiac case.
He is. But yeah, he pulls Mageau in to show him a lineup.
Mm-hmm. I also want to say we started this month with The Strangers, which had Glenn Howerton from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. This actor who's playing Mageau was also in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Full circle, you guys.
Full circle moment.
There we go.
That wasn't even intentional on my part.
That's the whole reason why we did this, baby. Super intentional.
Not really, but yeah.
No, it's not. And the detective prefaces this with, "I'm going to show you some pictures, you know, see if you can point out the man.
The man may or may not be here, and don't feel pressure to pick someone out if you don't feel like he's here."
Yeah, he's like, if you don't feel like it, don't point anyone out. And Mageau's like, "It's been 22 years. Like, I don't know." And he's like, "It's fine.
It's fine. No pressure."
No pressure. Shows him the pictures.
Instantly points to Arthur Lee Allen.
Instantly.
So this happened in real life. They did talk to Michael Mageau, and he did point out Arthur Lee Allen. It's a lot more dramatic. Like, he like screams and yells, and he's like, "That's a man who shot me," and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, he kind of went crazy. Who knows if his testimony is even believable? I mean, even the movie portrays it where he's just like, he had a round face like this guy, and the police officer is like, wait a minute, are you identifying this guy? He's like, no, it's this guy.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just saying he had a
Yeah.
round face like this, but it is this guy, which is just a weird thing to say.
Kind of, yeah.
Saying like, well, he had a face shape like this dude, but it is
It's
this
this
guy,
dude.
and it's like, well, if it's that guy, then he would just have the face shape of him. Then
Fun little tidbit though, the guy that he points to with the round face, he was the actor who played Zodiac, the one who shot him. So yeah,
that's funny.
it's fun.
I mean, in like a
Mhm.
calm down, you guys.
And then we come back to Hurdy-Gurdy Man as we close out the
Hurdy-gurdy.
movie.
Yeah.
Hurdy-Gurdy. With like text saying like Arthur Lee Allen was going to be questioned by the police, but he died of a heart attack before they can interview him. That happened in 1992. And guys, I'm not saying I'm responsible for the death of the Zodiac. I'm just saying I came into the world and then he left.
And then he died. So
Cody
says you're welcome.
that is if Arthur Lee Allen was the
him,
Zodiac,
yeah.
which more than likely he wasn't. I don't think so. My theory is I do believe there were two people. There's one person doing the murders and one person writing the letter.
Oh, interesting.
Because it just seems weird to me that no suspect can ever be tied to like the handwriting or the ballistics or anything. So to me, it makes more sense that there were two people involved.
Okay.
And that's also a very popular theory going around. It's just I don't really know who it could have been.
Yeah.
Like I said, the Grakowski guy that we looked at, it's like he looks like Zodiac.
Yeah.
Like
the sketches.
eerily close.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Rick Marshall thing feels very compelling. At the same time, grain of salt, probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know. We kind of end things of just like, oh, Robert Graysmith, he's talking to his kids now. Paul Avery unfortunately passed away like in 2002 or something like that. Toschi, apparently I figured out he passed away in 2018. So it wasn't that long ago. He lived a good full life.
Dang, okay.
So, but yeah, that was Zodiac.
Woo, Zodiac.
We're at like 4 hours.
Dude, I know. I'm so tired. I'd have to pee really bad.
So I guess we'll give our rating. Nikki, what do you rate?
What did I rate this? Let me go back and look real quick. I rated it a 3.
Okay. That's higher than I thought you were going to rate it, actually.
I was going to rate it a 2.5, but then I really like that end scene.
I get you.
With the horror movie thing, and then like it was so intense at the end. Like I said, that last 15 minutes I locked in. I said, "Oh shit!
Oh shit! Lock in!"
I said, "Wait!" I was like, "This is good." But yeah, no, I rated it a 3. What about you? You rated this pretty high, right?
Yeah, because I don't think I have mentioned it before, but this is in my top 50 favorite films.
Okay.
It's at number 21. So
Sorry, I had something in my throat.
Are you insulting me? No, I'm just kidding.
But I was gonna say, because I was wondering, I was like, why did Cody like want to talk about this movie so badly? I'm like, he must really fucking like this movie.
I fucking love Zodiac. I mean, I also wanted to talk about In a Violent Nature, and I was just like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, but I felt like we had like good talking points in that, because I can tell when there's a movie that I'm like, okay, there's gonna be good talking points, and other movies where I'm like, Cody must really fuck with this movie.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, no, I rated this 4.5 out of 5. I fucking love this movie, from the visual style to the storytelling. Much like the characters in the movie, like I become obsessed with this case. Again, after the movie, I looked up everything about Zodiac.
You said, I must find everything.
I wanted to know more. Like this entire week, I've been jamming out to Hurdy-Gurdy Man because it's so good.
Hell yeah!
Like the acting in this is incredible. It's amazing to me that this was not nominated for any Oscars. Yeah. Incredibly well done. Even if it's not like accurate to what happened in real life, the movie sucks you in, at least for me, and it kind of holds you there. And it makes you just like, you want to solve this puzzle that even though you know that it can never be solved.
Yeah.
Because there is no conclusion in real life. So,
I don't know. I think with stuff like this, I just really like I would prefer watching like an actual like documentary, I guess.
I guess so.
Just so that, because I felt like I needed all of like the suspects, you know, and like more like backstories on each of them.
I mean, at the same time, there's like fucking thousands of suspects of the
Yeah.
Zodiac, so
Like, I guess mainly just like because I know there's like a main couple that like they really focused on for a while. But this one, they definitely just focused on like the Lee.
it was mostly
mainly.
Arthur Lee Allen, and again, it's because Graysmith, he 100%
Yeah.
is convinced Arthur Lee Allen was Zodiac.
So that's why when I was watching this, I was like, I'd like to see the other. I mean, I guess maybe that's why, you know, they're wanting to kind of be more interested, like go look up stuff. But yeah, it wasn't bad. It like I said, true crime or not true crime.
I mean,
crime dramas.
This is technically true crime.
Yeah.
This is probably the best true crime movie ever made.
Yeah,
so.
but crime thrillers, I'm not like huge fan of. So,
Okay, I get it.
but
I mean,
still good.
I mean, for me, maybe I'm like Robert Graysmith. I like puzzles. I like the puzzle that this movie gives you. So
No, it's like
even if you can't solve it, you're hooked into the
Hooked.
case.
I was hooked in once we got to Vaughn's house, and I said, "What?
Anyway, we're other people hooked because who fucking cares what we think?
It don't matter."
It's time for our favorite segment. What does Letterboxd have to say? I think I only got
Ooh.
7 of these. So
I don't have.
which is fitting for David Fincher.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know why my phone's being weird right now.
Phones stop being weird.
I think I have 4, 5, 6. I also have 7.
Oh, okay.
And then I did like some. I mainly did just the ones that I liked.
Okay. I of course did the lowest rating ones because I love this movie. So
Yeah, I did like higher ranking ones just because the fact that I was like, I ended this last night and I just was like screenshotting.
I took all these screenshots like a week ago, and then
Dang.
like I watched the movie last night. So.
Okay, this one is 5 stars. Name a scarier movie line than Mr. Graysmith. I do the posters myself. And not many people have basements in California. Because again, it's that scene. It's that fucking scene, you guys.
I don't know. I think a very chilling line comes from Arthur Lee Allen, where he's just like, "I'm not the Zodiac."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then of course I have another
Oh,
one.
also the "I'm gonna throw your baby out the window."
Oh, that
like,
was
yeah.
crazy. This one is another Mr. Graysmith. I do the posters myself, and then it's me, and it has a bunch of emojis, and it's the one where it's like the big eyes and the blush,
Oh.
and then the one that just has no mouth, and then the one that's going like this.
I thought it was gonna be like that one where it's just like the eyes and the open.
Oh
mouth.
no, but that's also really good. Okay, and then next one, 5 stars. This film is a masterpiece. Enough said, but they go on to say more. And for anyone who is interested, here are some case facts that were left out of the film. Arthur Lee Allen attended a college where a brutal murder happened on the football field, and the administration got anonymous letters from the killer afterward.
Oh, I didn't know that. That wasn't in the book.
Yeah, Lee Allen also got a speeding ticket near Lake Berryessa the night of the Vallejo murders. He was 50 miles from his home. I wonder why he was driving so fast. So another little...
I mean, at the same time, that's all circumstantial. It doesn't hold up in court.
Exactly. And then this one, again, glazing my favorite freaking scene of this movie. This one was 4 stars. Not many people have basements in California. I do. No jump scares, no music, no special effects, but just a classic display of pure, slow-burning terror. It reminded me a lot about the fear we had as kids running up the stairs the moment when the lights were turned off. There's nothing scary out there than the basement scene, and it's not even a horror film.
I mean, all factual.
I loved it. And then this one, I want to end on that one. This one is 5 stars, best movie ever made, but ignoring your family to check in on one more thing. Best movie ever made about ignoring your family to check on one more thing. Which
was Graysmith, I guess.
And then this one is 4.5 stars. Mental to think that Jake Gyllenhaal single-handedly solved the Zodiac killer in 2 hours and 37 minutes. So true.
Yeah. again, Zodiac case was never solved. That was like highly contentious when this movie came out. Of just like a lot of people were upset of just like what they didn't catch the killer. It's just like
No.
well, yeah, you can't do that
Yeah,
because
they
they
didn't.
never really caught him. So
And then this is the last one. They just liked the movie. And this is the movie poster that they're talking about, the one that's on Letterboxd. It says, "This poster looks like titties."
I mean that's intentional. It's supposed to look like a torso that's bleeding.
But
it's the Golden Gate Bridge.
it is the Golden Gate Bridge. I didn't realize that it was supposed to look like titties.
Oh yeah, I've known that for a while. So,
Not like, but it does look like.
I don't know. It doesn't. It
Like
looks
you
like
said,
it looks like a
man's
torso.
chest. Yeah, it's like the pecs and then the nipples and then the chest bleeding.
yeah, it's just it looks like someone's been stabbed. Is what they're getting.
It does. That's funny that is actually what they were going for, and I actually love that. But yeah, that's mine.
Cool.
And then here's a picture of my dog getting a bath.
Aw,
He's adorable. He was not having fun.
I mean, dogs don't like. Well, some dogs like baths.
Some
Not
do,
a lot
yeah.
do. It's really cats who hate baths.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here we go. I have them. Mine. I have
them.
Guys, we got them.
We got 'em, boys.
Half a star. Imagine getting eaten up by BuzzFeed Unsolved.
Damn.
That's harsh. I love BuzzFeed Unsolved, but like, it's totally different.
Yeah.
Half a star. This is crazy seeing Lee Norris in a more serious role than Mouth from One Tree Hill or Minkus from Boy Meets World. That's the actor who plays Mageau at the beginning of the movie.
He's Minkus?
He's Minkus from Boy
That's
Meets World.
That's fucking funny. I didn't know that. Love that. Minkus, what are you doing here?
Minkus.
That's so amazing.
Half a star. Too many crimes for me. A movie about a famous unsolved murder crime. Too many crimes.
I get that.
Half a star. Longest, most anticlimactic movie ever. Crazy that all three ended up in the MCU.
I wouldn't say it's anticlimactic.
No.
But crazy that they all did end up in the MCU.
It is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised more actors from this movie aren't in the MCU.
They should be.
At the point with
throw
how big
Minkus
the
in there, baby.
Yeah, throw Minkus in there. Throw Bill Armstrong in there.
Yeah, might as well.
The actor and the character. Just
yes,
put him
both.
in there. This is what Bill Armstrong did when he left Homicide. He went to work with the Avengers.
It'll be he could be, it's 11/11, make a wish.
I hope they catch Zodiac.
Good wish.
Good wish.
It's good.
Half a star. Cannot even solve the case. Cry laughing emoji. What a fucking waste of time.
I watched a movie about an unsolved case.
Yeah.
What a waste of time that they didn't solve the case in this movie.
People must know even less about Zodiac than we did to just be like, they didn't even solve it. It's like, yeah, Zodiac's an unsolved case. That's why it's so famous.
Yeah, they definitely just went in and was like, what?
What?
I wonder if they even knew it was a real case.
Yeah. That reminds me of a story that my ex-girlfriend told me once where she was talking to a coworker of hers. They were talking about the TV show Chernobyl.
Oh, yeah.
And they were talking about it, and literally the coworker was just like, can you imagine if something like that happened in real life? And it's like, baby girl, let me tell you something. That did happen in real life.
Baby girl.
Baby girl.
Sit down for this one.
Oh, you innocent summer child.
Yeah, you sweet, sweet summer flower.
Half a star. Worst movie I've seen this year. Characters suck at their jobs. Which, by the way, no. The police worked very hard on trying to solve this case.
They did.
Morgan from High Potential could have solved this in one night. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't know what that means either.
I guess it's a character from a TV show or something. Couldn't make what the fuck they're saying most of the time. Only saving grace this movie has is Chloe Sevigny's screen time.
I mean, they love Chloe Sevigny, and this is High Potential. I just not realized I get...
I mean, that looks vaguely familiar. I might have seen a commercial for that.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think we should amount like a real case like this to like being like this person from this fake TV show could have solved it, but all right.
This one's weird. Half a star. The poster had me thinking this was about a trans man. Slanty emoji. I mean, I guess, but why?
I don't know why. It's the Golden Gate Bridge, and like you said, it is supposed to look like a torso
Bleeding.
I don't know if they were just making a bad joke. It seems.
I think so. Half a star in all caps. Men suck. Which yes, base.
Yes.
And then last one, half a star. Horrible. I knew who the murderer was by looking it up. No, you fucking didn't. Zodiac's unsolved, you fucking liar.
This prick looked it up and didn't tell anyone who it was.
Police officers, check this guy's hard drive because he might be Zodiac.
He said all you have to do is Google it, and then he goes, "It's like it's."
Why
you,
is
bitch.
Zodiac so hard to solve? Clearly, it was a murderer.
Oh my god!
Crazy.
People are so funny.
People are so stupid.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
anyway.
that's that.
That's
everybody.
that. That was Zodiac. Thank you guys for joining us on Serial Killer Slasher Month.
Yes.
I hope you guys have fun. I mean, there's shit tons of slasher films out there. I'm sure we'll come back to
We'll
these
definitely do a slasher
some
month
point.
again.
I know at some point we're gonna do Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah.
At some point.
Definitely.
Who knows? But next week we're gonna be starting So Bad It's Good month.
Yes.
Dude, I'm so looking forward to this month.
I can't fucking wait.
So basically, for those of you that don't know, So Bad It's Good, they're kind of a subgenre of movies. Basically, it's when a movie is so fucking terrible that it comes around and it's
It's just
entertaining
like-
and you love it.
It just makes you laugh because it's just like, this can't be serious.
Yeah. And then most of the time it is serious.
It is, and then it's even funnier because they're
Mhm.
being serious, and then it's just like, oh my god, let's laugh at them.
Let's laugh at these people trying to make it in Hollywood.
And it's funny. So we
So the
have
movies that
an
we have coming
amazing
up,
lineup.
Next week, I've already said we're doing Birdemic, Shock and Terror.
Yes.
Which is one that I know about. And I kind of love. I know you from what I can gather, you have mixed feelings.
I do have mixed feelings because there's some scenes that are just like amazing. I love and they're so funny. And then other times I'm like, oh, wow, this is actually really bad.
Yeah, I get you. Then after that, we're doing The Happening, an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Probably one of his worst, but one of his funniest movies.
M. Night Shyamalan pisses me off, but this movie's funny.
This movie fucks.
It fucks.
Then after that, I'm trying to remember, is it The Wicker Man?
It's Troll 2.
It's Troll 2. Okay. I have ordered, because I'm going to watch it with this, there's a documentary about Troll 2 called
Ooh.
Best Worst Movie.
Oh,
It's
fun.
It's made by the kid who was in that movie as an adult and like going around just like getting like how this movie was made.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite tidbits, I'll bring it up in the podcast at the time, of just like the director of Troll 2 doesn't understand why his movie's so popular because he still takes it seriously.
No, he does.
Yeah.
He does. They took it very seriously.
It's really funny. That one I'm very much looking forward to. I love Troll 2.
And some of y'all might be like, why not Troll 1?
Because they have nothing to do with
They
each
have nothing
other.
to do with each other at all.
Mm-mm.
We'll get into that when we get into it. But yeah, Troll 2.
Then after that
freaking
is
wait.
Wicker Man.
Yes, it is.
And just to be clear, it's the 2006 Nicolas Cage Wicker Man.
Yes,
because that
absolutely.
movie's so bug nuts. It's
He
hilarious.
punches someone. It's so
In
funny.
a bear suit.
Yes. And then
after that, we're going to end it with the creme de la creme.
the cinematic masterpiece.
The Room.
The Room.
Dude, I'm so fucking looking forward to The Room. You don't even... Like,
I can't
oh
wait.
my goodness. I love this movie. I'll get into why I love the
I'm gonna
movie
be
when we talk
foaming
about
at the
it.
mouth. Tommy, why so? Bro.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
Me and Wing quote this all the fucking time. All the time. Cheap, 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 cheap,
Cheap, cheap, cheap, cheap, cheap, cheap, cheap.
Bro, It's gonna be an amazing month. It's gonna be funny.
It's gonna be so fun. Like I'm looking forward to ripping my teeth into all these movies.
It's gonna be so good. I'm
Get
probably gonna have a
ready
bunch
for
of fun facts. Like,
Get ready for us to just quote our favorite scenes and stuff like
Absolutely.
that. But yeah, look forward to that.
yes.
I'm excited for it. But anyway, in the meantime, if you're watching us on YouTube, be sure to like, subscribe, turn on notifications. Leave a comment down below. What do you think of Zodiac, both the movie and the actual like unsolved case?
Who do you think did it?
Yeah. Just throw out an accusation.
Go ahead. Say
It was-
allegedly in it.
It was
at
my
least.
friend Larry at work
Yeah.
who did it. He wasn't born at the time, but I know
I
he
know
did it.
I know it was Larry too. Don't you?
And follow us on our socials. We're on Instagram and Facebook, Midnight Movies Podcast.
Woo!
And in the meantime, guys, stay crispy.
Stay crispy.
Stay as crispy as Kathleen John's car that was set on fire.
Yeah. And then
Stay
stay
spooked. Stay vigilant too.
spooked
Look
and
out
vigilant,
for that.
Yes.
Look out for that Zodiac. He was never caught. So.
No. And he could be
Uh,
80, so I don't know.
He could still be alive. Unless it was Arthur Lee Allen, in which case he passed away in
He's
1992,
done, yeah.
which may or may not have been my doing.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
But all right.
All right. Well, thank you guys for listening, and we will see you next week.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.